Good morning, everybody. It was just a few flashes to say how great it is to be with RTMS today. We've been looking forward to a great event today, and we've been proudly hosted by Road Transport Management System and associate sponsors, which will be introduced to you in a few minutes' time. We're still busy admitting more colleagues into the meeting, but while we're doing that, just some quick housekeeping. Please remember to keep yourself on mute. We're doing this in a meeting fashion and not in a webinar fashion. In a webinar fashion, only the panelists can talk to the audience, and this session, everybody can talk to everybody. Of course, we believe in good communication, but obviously we need to manage it properly. So please keep yourselves on mute. When we do the questions and answers, then you will be allowed to unmute yourself, raise your hand, and when recognized, you're very welcome to then ask questions to the panelists and being answered. The same with people on YouTube. You'll be able to text questions in the YouTube text field, and we will be able then to convey your question to the panelists. So yeah, great having everybody on board. Should something go wrong, keep an eye on your email inbox. We will then send you an email after you join the session. But yeah, we believe it won't happen. So we're not going to have questions and answers during our presentations to keep the focus on the presentations, and that we will keep for the questions and answers session. So let me put up our program for today. So there we go. It's an RTMS workshop. It's today, the 24th of October 2022. And we're proudly hosted by RTMS. You can see we're having a great panel of presenters today. There's the first half of our program. And there's the second half of our program. Again, back to the first half. Without further ado, would like to introduce you to our MC, and he's going to take us further. Thank you very much. Adrian, thank you very much, Adrian.
Good morning, everybody. And first of all, thank you, Harry, for putting all of this together for us. Before I have a chat about the sponsors, I would just like to start off and say welcome to everybody that's taken time out of their diaries to come and spend the morning with RTMS, and there's some great presentations to be heard and understand the RTMS journey, where we have come, and the absolute benefits and the successes that RTMS members have had so far. So thank you for your time. As I've said in many of these sessions, if we have a RTMS workshop and we just have one company walking away and adopting self-regulation, then in my mind, it's a huge success, because every single vehicle that gets onto the road that is better managed, better controlled, and better maintained just goes against those horrific stats that we are currently seeing in the transport sector. And it just helps. So appreciate your time and appreciate you guys coming to listen to us today. I'm unfortunately not going to be able to spend the morning with you guys. I've got some urgent work stuff that has to get done. But I would just like to start an introduction to our sponsors. Our key sponsors for today is Volvo South Africa. I mean, Volvo has been a long supporter of RTMS. They make an absolute great product. So for the involvement in RTMS over the time to Sally Rutter and her team at Volvo, just thank you very much. Highly appreciated. We've also got Sasco Africa, that is one of our key sponsors today. Thanks for their great support. Sasco will be doing a small presentation later in the program. So thank you to them, and it'll be great to hear what they've got to say later. And then, of course, last but not least, Standard Bank. I mean, Standard Bank have been with us pretty much since day one. Huge supporter of RTMS. And I'd like to hand over to Dina, from Standard Bank, just to say a couple of words. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adrian. I hope everyone can hear me.
Yes, we can.
All right. Good morning to everybody. And I really, this platform, Adrian, as you've said, is something that we at Standard Bank really promote, and we really are happy to be part of this great standards that we are setting in the transport industry, and how great it is to actually do it during Transport Month. So RTMS is synonymous with best practice and consistent drive for sustainable and responsible behavior by operators within every aspect of their transport operations. As you know, it's every commodity that we do. So the case studies that have been presented over the years, and the ones that we are going to hear today, provides valuable insights into companies who are passionate about doing the right thing. And I'm really looking forward to that. So RTMS, which is really a standard which is known by everyone, and as since 1395/2019 is leveraged by Standard Bank and the industry at large to identify, to mitigate and control and manage risk related to road-based transportation. This aligns to the second UN Decade of Action and the UN Sustainable Development Goals, as we would know. This demonstrates a commitment to ESG practices and principles within the African and social, economic, and regulatory landscape that we operate in. Safer roadworthy trucks, trailing equipment, and buses driven by competent operators out there is our ultimate aim. Healthy and fit drivers ensuring legal and secure payloads leads to safer roads. Adrian, you've just mentioned what we are seeing on the roads happen lately. So the adoption of really the RTMS a standard by consignors and consignees in their contracting terms and conditions as negotiated with service providers and operators is increasingly evident, and it's playing a very key role in assessing the sustainability and financial viability of sources of revenue. So responsible and risk-adjusted transport-related contracting enhances the visible and commitment by stakeholders, and really, just as we know, underpins sustainable growth for all of us. So the elements covered in RTMS standards ensures pre-trip inspections are undertaken before the vehicles are loaded and also upon arrival. So consignees and consignors should do the second check before allowing the vehicle in to be loaded. So the same principles applies at offloading of commodities and consignments at large. So the recent horrific crashes, Adrian, you've mentioned them, has seen so many innocent lives lost. And every stakeholder, as like Standard Bank and all of us in this forum, we need to play a very big part to ensure that compliance to the RTM standards and ultimately the adherence of the legislative framework is entrenched via forums like transport forums. So really, we do believe that RTMS has opened the doors for performance-based standards, and this really includes higher capacity vehicle combinations designed to be more stable on dedicated routes with less trips required, thus minimizing the congestion and reducing the carbon emissions that we are seeing. So at Standard Bank Commercial Asset Finance, really, we are excited to be part of the Transport Forum. We will continue to support it because we do believe in the future benefits of this and the sustainability that comes with it. So we will continue to be equally committed to contribute to a more sustainable standard driven in the industry. And we will continue to make sure that together we make sure that we share the roads in harmony. Thank you so much, Adrian.
Thank you, Dina. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your insights. And to some of the points that you alluded to now is, and it's something that is always stuck in my mind. If transporters just do the key basics consistently right, don't get too clever. Yes. Do the key basics consistently right. You put your business in a different space, and our roads will become safer. So yeah, once again, thanks for the great support from Standard Bank and fully support everything that you've done for us. Really been good. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and looking forward to a great day.
Good, excellent. Next, I'd like to hand over to Paul Nodenken to do the introduction presentation, the problem statement, and from there on, we will have all the different presentations. So Paul is going to set the scene, So Paul, thank you very much. And he will set the scene for the rest of the program for today. So everybody, please enjoy. And once again, thanks for attending and your participation. Thank you. Over to you, Paul.
Okay, thanks, Adrian, and good morning, everyone. Just let me share my screen quickly. Just want to get that. Just let me know that it's sharing.
Almost there, Paul.
Can you see it?
Paul, it's just a black screen for some reason. There we go. There we go.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm just going to give a brief introduction and then hand over to probably the more important presenters. Is it okay? Can you hear me,
Yes,
Harry?
Paul. Yes. Yes.
Okay. And as has been mentioned already this morning, what's happening on our roads is really frightening. These crashes in the last month in KwaZulu-Natal. I was at a tripartite cross-border symposium in Kasane, Botswana, 3 weeks ago, and 11 countries were meeting for 3 days to try and resolve a lot of the issues around cross-border delays and efficiency. And last week I was at a SARF International Road Federation regional conference in Cape Town with more focus on roads, but also a lot of emphasis and 2 days of sessions on road safety. And it's just critical. The current situation, not only in South Africa, but in the region, particularly in terms of road safety, is very worrying. So I'll refer to how we started with the RTMS, but our big focus, I think, is on safety and sustainability. Safety, obviously, road safety, trying to minimize crashes and fatalities. And then secondly, sustainability, promoting a sustainable road network, which is critical for transport. If the road network deteriorates significantly, transport businesses will not be able to operate efficiently and profitably. And then also we found that the RTMS has been a very useful tool for smaller operators who are new in the field of heavy vehicle transport, providing a framework for good tools to ensure a sustainable business. These guys that start off with 1 or 2 or 5 trucks, they're in it for the long term. When you start a company, you don't want to be out of business after 3 years. And transport, heavy vehicle transport, is high risk. And if you don't have those proper foundations in place, the chances of going under and becoming insolvent in a short period of time is very high. So we started with a proposal in an overload control strategy when I was working for the CSIR, a national overload control strategy. And you'll see that middle blue block. One of the recommendations of the strategy was to look at an alternative approach to try and improve compliance, voluntary compliance, self-regulation. And that was the start of the road transport management system. And you also see there a reference to performance-based standards, which I'll speak about a little bit later. So I believe that there are 3 key elements with regards road freight transport. There's the road infrastructure, they're the vehicles, and they're the drivers. And we started with this project focusing on looking at preserving the road infrastructure, in other words, roads and bridges. But we found that the RTMS has had significant impact on the other two elements, in other words, vehicles in terms of maintenance and operations, and particularly drivers in terms of driver training, driver wellness, and managing fatigue. So really the focus is about managing risk, very important, as I said, and promoting compliance. We have far too high levels of non-compliance with heavy vehicles generally. And then very importantly, increasing productivity. So most operators will basically be just wanting to survive and chasing the bottom line. So if you're only focusing on promoting safety and promoting compliance, it won't receive the priority by a lot of operators, I believe. But when we can show that the RTMS framework actually has quite a significant impact on increasing productivity and reducing costs and reducing risk, it becomes a lot more attractive. So the reality is that we have crashes on a frequent basis. The CEO of the N3TC was at the conference last week, and he was just talking about, the frequent crashes. I think on average, 3 truck crashes a day on the N3 between Johannesburg and Sadara, the N3TC toll concession road. And then we've seen these crashes in the last month, as I said earlier. I don't have to refer to it, but the impact is on fatalities and serious injuries, huge costs to the industry in terms of the vehicles and the payload, lost payload, impact on the environment, and also impact on other transport users in terms of efficiency. And then the road networks. As I mentioned, a good road network is critical to efficient transport. We've seen the deterioration of a lot of provincial and municipal roads in South Africa over the last couple of decades. And a lot of it goes around not allocating sufficient funds for periodic maintenance, but it also is highly related to overloading of heavy vehicles. Fortunately, our national road network, which is managed by SANRAL, is in very, very good condition by international standards. So if you drive on the national roads, which carries most of our freight, road freight transport, the roads are very, very good. Not only the surface, but also the geometric standards. We have very good, very high geometric standards for our national roads. And this is just a table showing the impact of bad roads on transport costs, heavy vehicle transport costs, just repair and maintenance. And you can see more than 100% increase for fleets. This was work done. We're looking at fleets operating on good, fair, and bad roads and measuring the actual repair and maintenance costs. And this doesn't take into account longer travel times and damage to goods. One of the presentations at the conference last week was on a guy who done research on the impact of bad roads on the avocado pear industry. So they fitted accelerometers to avos, to boxes of avos, to the trucks, to try and get an indication of, and also different varieties of avocado pears, to see what the impact is of bad roads on that particular fruit. Over the last 15 years or so, I've been involved in the Brake and Tire Watch. A number of us in the RTMS committee have been involved in this Fleet Watch initiative to train traffic officers. And the sad thing is that a very high percentage of trucks are found to be discontinued from use. So not only, this is not looking at speeding or overloading. or driver hours. This is just looking at the fitness of the truck, and particularly in terms of brakes and tires. And it's just frightening to see how many trucks on the road are not roadworthy. And the brakes and the tires are probably the two main contributing factors, probably together with the driver fatigue and driver recklessness, contributing to these horrific crashes that we see so frequently. So it's really about getting the basics right, as Adrian said, to address this problem. So you get big gaps between, and I mean, unfortunately, the roadworthiness of trucks are not checked regularly at the traffic control centers. So you have brake linings with large gaps, or the picture on the left is what it should look like, and on the right you can see gaps, or sometimes the lining is completely missing. The trailers in particular, tires are another huge concern, often contributing to truck crashes. If a tire bursts, especially a steering tire, the chances of a serious crash are very high. And then some work that I was involved in more than 10 years ago with OECD countries looking at heavy vehicle crash rates. This was a project called Moving Freight with Better Trucks. And you can see how far out of line South Africa is, which is the line at the top in terms of fatal crash rates. This is per 100 million kilometers. I think you could probably take a photo like this at least once a week on Town Hill, where the lanes are closed due to a crash and the light motor vehicles are diverted onto the R103, and you just have trucks standing there. And the unfortunate thing is poor roadworthiness of truck or reckless driver behavior resulting in a crash has a negative impact on all the other transport operators. And we've seen queues on this road going right up probably 30 kilometers, 2 lanes or 3 lanes of trucks standing because of lane closures. So I'm not going to go much into the actual content of the RTMS. That will be covered in a couple more presentations, and then we've got the case studies. But it's industry-led and it's government-supported, voluntary. And frequently when I present on RTMS, both at recently the tripartite symposium in Kasane, and then also last week at the Road Federation conference, people come up to me afterwards and say, this is such a fantastic scheme. Can't we make it compulsory? And you can't do that. I said, the first question I asked is, okay, you're going to make it compulsory. Who's going to enforce it? And then they start a bit of talking this and that. And I said, no, just answer my question. Who's going to enforce it? Oh, well, the traffic police. Then I say, no, but we've got traffic regulations, and they're not enforced. People don't seem to bother about them. So making the RTMS compulsory would not be the solution. We have to find other ways. We have to think laterally. We have to involve the private sector. Hence, it's a voluntary system. It also focuses on consignees and consignors besides transport operators. And I believe that's the key for the growth of the RTMS in the future, is to have different consignees and consignors buying into this and supporting it and saying, we want our goods transported responsibly. We don't want to have anything to do with these horrific crashes due to negligence of vehicle servicing and maintenance and driver management, etc. So it has objectives of preserving the road infrastructure, improving road safety, and improving productivity. So yeah, that's really, we're looking at contributing to improving safety, improving productivity, very importantly, and improving compliance. So the standard is SANS 3095. It's actually edition number 2 is 2019. And it's also been published as an African standard, a cross-border road transport management system in 2021. And the pillars of the RTMS are shown in that slide, which I'm not going to go into, as it will be it will be covered in following presentations. So just to look at a couple of positive outcomes of implementing the RTMS, I love to show this slide in the forestry industry where the project started, where measuring the combination mass of trucks delivering timber at the pulp mills. At the start of the project in 2003, over 30% of all the timber trucks were overloaded. This graph shows it from 13% and going down to the initial target was 4%, which was that top horizontal line. And then at the beginning of 2015, the industry reduced the target to 1%. And you can see how overloading has really come under control in the forestry industry, with about 20,000 trips per month being monitored. And most of those trucks are traveling on provincial routes, which are not policed in terms of loading. So as a result of the voluntary compliance in the timber industry, a lot of trucks are legal now, and they don't travel past a provincial weighbridge in any event. So they could be grossly overloaded and wouldn't be caught. So it's had a huge positive impact. And there's a similar trend in the sugar industry, sugarcane transport, where for the last 7 years, the overloading in the sugarcane industry has been less than 1%. It also started above 30%. And then just a couple of examples, and the following presentations will illustrate, for those of you not familiar with the management system standard, what it entails. So there's policies and procedures that have to be developed for your particular business, and then you need to monitor and you need to keep records to show evidence that you are compliant with the standard. So here's an example from the city of Cape Town when they started with their service schedule, monitoring service schedule attainment. In 2007, just over 50% of their vehicles were being serviced on time. And they set themselves a target of 94%. And you can see how they've achieved that over a period of 11 years. So it's quite simple. You need to identify your key performance indicators, which are guided by the standard, the 13 elements of the standard, and then you need to start measuring. And you can see the graph on the right, the average fuel consumption of their 900 odd vehicles reduced by 24%. These are primarily LDVs, smaller vehicles, but they do have trucks and some abnormal load combinations for transporting transformers and things. Here's a graph from Pendulo VDM showing a reduction in speeding over a number of years. Is OneLogic presenting today? Sorry, I've forgotten.
Yes.
I Paul, we are here.
Okay, so I'll skip these 2 slides. My apologies. You're going to show those slides. And then Jabula plant hire. You can see on the graph on the right. So I must put my phone on silent. I forgot. Crashes, reduction in crashes over a period of time, monitoring different types of crashes, and then improvements in fleet availability, the graph on the right. Over the years, and primarily through the case studies that have been presented at these workshops, I think today is workshop number 73, if I'm correct. The last few have been virtual workshops, but prior to 2020, they were all physical workshops at different venues around the country. But these workshops have had numerous case studies, and these are some of the qualitative benefits that have been identified: reduced turnover of drivers, improved standard of living of drivers, improvement in driver wellness, reduction in absenteeism, reduction in breakdowns, improved fleet utilization, showed you the graph, improved driver behavior, more control and confidence in the company. As Adrian used to say, he could sleep peacefully at night because he knew the fleets were well under control. And I think that's true for a lot of the logistics managers. If they know their fleets are properly managed and monitored, and the drivers are managed properly, it just makes your life a lot more peaceful. Assurance that drivers are medically fit to drive a heavy vehicle and improved motivation of employees. This is just the growth of the RTMS since 2007, where we had 4 certified companies. The last I had got from Famida, I think it's a little bit higher than 261. It's probably around about 270 certified companies. And the number of, this is just motorized vehicles, excluding trailers, is now just under 15,000. It did peak at around 17,000, but there was a drop mainly as a result of the COVID pandemic. Initially, we were worried that it would be the bigger traditional companies that would go for the RTMS certification. But if you plot the size of the companies, you can see that there's a large number of companies with between 1 and 5 trucks, 6 to 10 trucks, 11 to 20 trucks. So there are a lot of the smaller SMME operators that are seeing benefits of implementing the RTMS. So just in closing, we do definitely want to contribute to preventing overloads to preserve the road network. If you look at countries to the north of us that have got terrible road networks, the cost of business in terms of road transport is very high. Vehicle maintenance to prevent breakdowns, which also contributes to higher costs and to worsening the road safety situation. And then, as I mentioned before, a big focus on improving drivers and ultimately to reduce crashes. I think, one of the things I've seen is that a lot of people, when they talk about road safety, they want a quick fix. They want to do something and they want to see a quick fix. But there is no quick fix, especially for road safety. It's a long-term investment of time and effort. And by putting the right foundation blocks in place, I believe hopefully we'll be able to reduce, improve the road safety situation in South Africa. So thanks, Harry. That's my introduction.
Thank you so much, Dr. Paul. It's so important what you're telling us. Preserving our roads infrastructure, as well as, safety, our family is so important. So we really appreciate what you guys are doing. Such an important platform and standard to adhere to, and we really, we wish that everybody could, be compliant to this and members of this. So we really call on people to make use of this platform, contact the RTMS. Obviously, the links are available on the Transport Forum website as well. So thank you so much for the important work you are doing. Ladies and gents, let's have a look at our program. So we're still being hosted by RTMS in this RTMS workshop on the 24th of October, 2022. Our next presenter then is Nikki Scott. She's the Chief Executive Officer of Zolabix. She's going to talk about RTMS requirements. Thank you so much, Nikki.
Good morning, everyone. Let's get this going. All right, and from the beginning.
Thank you, Nikki. You can proceed. Perfect.
All right, guys, first of all, welcome everyone. How many have we got on the call? I can't see at the bottom. Sorry, let me go back. There are 71. That's fantastic. Participants today. Harry, I just want to say you're doing the most amazing work in the industry. When I was looking for some data yesterday, it's all about your platform, the seamless platform that you have created that is just supporting the industry. So we thank you for all the effort you put into the industry and the incredible work that you do that backs this, these sort of workshops and safety in general. So Guys, if you hear any noise, I'm just going to lift my camera. It's these guys. It's two and another one over here. They all form part of every workshop and every meeting. So I do apologize. I don't know what else to do with them. If they sit outside, they bark. And if they sit inside, they snore. So we've got either of those. All right. So let me get going with our slides. So guys, you know, as Dr. Paul said, this is the 73rd workshop. For many of you, you've heard a lot of this information before. And I don't want to repeat, you know, what has been said so many times, but maybe just look at it from a slightly different angle. I know I've sat in many of these workshops and walked away thinking, well, I still don't quite understand how to implement the standard in my business. So I hope today, by taking you back to the SANS 1395 standard, and I've quoted a lot of it, we will be able to get better clarity. Additionally, the slide presentation is here really for you to be able to review after today's session. So although the slides are quite full, I won't be reading through all the information. I hope that when you're sitting back with your team, deciding if this is a solution for your organization, as Dr. Paul said, there is no quick fix. If this is something that you believe that you can implement and you can sustainably monitor it, then I hope you can go back to my slides and just draw upon the advice that we have presented today. So Zolabix is the second certified body for the RTMS standard. We're obviously certified by SANS, and we have been since March this year. We have done a number of audits in the industry, and we're truly very proud of the impact we're having. And I hope after today, you guys will be able to know that you have options. And I would really welcome any support that I can offer in getting your organization certified. So let's move along. I can't see this. Let me just see if I can close. Okay. I can't see the top of my slide, so I'm not quite sure.
Nikki, you can grab the Zoom menu at the top and drag it somewhere else if it's in a way.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, let me try and put it down here. All right, let me pop it there for a second. So what is RTMS and who are the stakeholders? As Dr. Paul said, RTMS stands for the Road Transport Management System. It's a South African national standard. It SANS 13951, and there's a 2019 edition. And it is reviewed by the SABS TC241 committee. RTMS is applicable to consignees, vehicle operators, both in the bus and the truck sector. And the standard is promoted by the RTMS National Steering Committee. I'm going to be playing with this all through the presentation. I don't know where to put it. So where do we start if we want to look at the standard? Well, first of all, as an organization, you need to decide and commit. Commit to becoming a responsible corporate citizen. I think enough has been said today about the absolute carnage on our roads. And it's not just enough that, you know, there is damage to road infrastructure, there's loss of lives, there's property and all sorts of delays caused, operational delays caused, but it's the communities that are impacted where our trucks travel through. And this impact is not just when there is an accident, it's how our drivers treat those roads and the infrastructure as they move through these towns, how they treat the people and the community in those towns. And I think that we have a massive responsibility as operators to really become more responsible for how we're behaving across our countries and across the road. So the standard SANS 1395 is available at the SABS website. You simply need to click on the website, go down and register, purchase it, and download the standard. It costs about 536 Rand to purchase the latest edition, which is the second edition of the standard. Once you've got the standard downloaded, create an internal RTMS committee within your organization. This is really going to be a team initiative from operations through to HR and of course the finance department. Take the time to really break down the standard, understand what it requires and how the commitment of the entire organization is key to the implementation and certification. So the purpose of SANS 1395 at an organizational and an industry level just needs to be spelled out a little bit. First of all, SANS 1395 is a voluntary self-regulated system that guides the consignee. It does not dictate. It simply guides the consignees, consignors, and operators within the road transport and passenger industry on how to implement RTMS, with the aim to preserve the road infrastructure, to improve road safety, and to increase productivity across the sector. I think it's important, this last point, to understand that it's there to ensure that all participants achieve the same standard of compliance. So as Dr. Paul mentioned, there are four pillars to RTMS. Pillar 1, which is load control. Pillar 2, safety. Pillar 3, driver wellness, and then Pillar 4, organizational productivity. So let's have a look at this in more detail. As mentioned now, SANS 1395 does not prescribe the specific methods or mechanisms, processes, policies, or even the software on how you will demonstrate your compliance. Each organization has to develop its own policies. Now, if you're sitting in the room today, you most probably do have policies already in place. So it's a case of looking at those policies. Are they fit for purpose? Were they designed to achieve the outcomes that you as an organization want to achieve? And do they really back the organization in building a sustainable, safe environment? So I think we look at our policies very often in isolation, and the idea is to pull them all together and to have a look to say, right, in terms of those four pillars that I've just mentioned, are our policies demonstrating that they are in compliance with the standard? Now I'm just going to minimize my screen here before I go to the next slide. Dr. Paul, no, not Dr. Paul, let me have a look. How do I want to pull up another screen. I'm not going to be able to do it. I can't see how to get to another screen here. But if you download the standard, you will see that the standard clearly sets out right from the beginning the how to, and it will basically say you shall, or the organization shall. Wherever it says SHALL, it's basically the area of the business that you need to implement some sort of measurable process that you can attain the standard. So let's have a look at this. One of them is loading controls. So a requirement of the standard is to have a fleet inventory, and the fleet inventory would obviously list the number of vehicles in the fleet. Now, it's not necessary to implement RTMS across the entire fleet. We've seen some organizations only register a portion of their fleet, and this generally is a portion of the fleet that they would be wanting to take through to PBS. But it is recommended that the entire organization is aligned to the standard. But in terms of audits, it's totally acceptable just to have a specific a fleet or a specific environment, a depot that is aligned and being measured. So we want to basically have a fleet inventory that records, as I said, the number of vehicles on the fleet and the registration numbers, the VIN numbers, the type of vehicle it is, the GVMT and vehicle mass, the number of axles, and then the OE brand and the year that it was produced. Then at the bottom of the screen, I've literally taken areas out of the standard where it says that the operator shall, the fleet inventory shall be an accurate reflection of the current fleet to fall under RTMS. It shall have records of valid permits. It shall have records of valid registration documents. It shall have records of vehicles that do not exceed the permissible mass, dimension, and number of passengers if it's a bus. It shall define the method used in order to assess the vehicle mass. dimension in number of passengers, and it shall be shall have a process for load verification, and of course there should be evidence of that. So if we have a look at the next one, guys, I'm really battling with this today. Since I've moved this little guy, I can't get these screens to move. There we go. So the second, looking at the second pillar, now, as I said, I could go, we've got 20 minutes today, and I could really go into the, I can't actually cover the entire specification of the standard, but these are just examples to really try and assist you to understand that it is not as challenging and it's not as difficult as we think it is to actually implement RTMS within our organization. So when looking at safety, the organization shall consider all aspects of its operation that can have an impact on the safety of other road users, and it shall determine all associated risks. The organization shall implement appropriate mitigating measures, especially if it has identified significant or major risks. So when we're looking at these, what are these sort of risks? These would be recording, doing and identifying the root cause analysis of traffic offences, documenting public compliments or complaints. And then if there is a complaint, really understanding where it's come from and what we can, the organization can do to mitigate further complaints. Vehicle maintenance of both the truck and the trailer. This is really important because often trailers are forgotten. Everyone manages, especially if you have an FML and a full maintenance lease arrangement where the vehicle is maintained, the pulling horse, but then the trailer isn't. The management of tires, we saw that screen from Dr. Paul, really, really essential that there is a proper tire management policy in place and that it is actively managed within the organization. Responsiveness to breakdowns, a breakdown poses a risk to other road users. So how quickly the organization responds and appoints a breakdown service and gets that vehicle off the road and out of risk is really important. Identifying stopping locations, getting speeding under control, driver working hours and driver shifts. This is really important around managing driver fatigue because so often much of what is covered on the screen actually results from driver fatigue, driver exhaustion. An accident, for instance. We have an accident, truly investigating the cause of that accident. If it's a major accident, possibly appointing an external expert that can come in and do a thorough analysis of the cause of the accident and how and what the organization needs to do to mitigate further risk. Driver health and well-being was one of the other pillars that we looked at. So this is something that I'm really passionate about. It's a background of where I come from in the industry, which is driver development, driver health, and driver well-being. First important is really having a good database of your drivers. And this, a lot of what I've covered already, and I've gone through it quite quickly, can be recorded electronically. It can be recorded manually. The standard does not dictate that as long as the records are clear and they can be audited. So having good data sheets on the drivers in terms of their details, their names, their ID numbers, residential addresses, all the information that we need, their PDRP license renewals. And this is obviously a critical component to track this. A driver that is driving with an expired license or a PDRP is an insurance risk, and of course would result in fines as well. So bearing in mind that you probably would have an insurance claim repudiated if your driver's license had expired. So really keeping accurate records on file of all your drivers. Then something that often gets neglected is managing driver health and wellness and training. So having the strategy in place that can really look at your driver's health and wellness. The obvious is obviously doing a medical, but not just doing a medical to get a PDRP renewed, but doing medical to assist the driver understand any serious conditions or chronic conditions that they might be living with that may be impacting on their ability to perform their duties, on their ability to be an active participant in their families. You know, we don't want our drivers going home after long shifts, or, you know, if they work like 2-3 weeks on and they go home for 5 days, so exhausted that they can't even participate in their own family environment. There has to be some balance. And I think this is a challenge that many transporters really struggle with, is to try and create some sort of balance in the organization. So do a medical for the right reason, which is to educate and empower the driver of any condition they're living with, and then help them manage those conditions. There are so many mechanisms in place, and really through my other company, the Commercial Transporter Academy, we would welcome being able to support organizations in any way to build a wellness strategy, because a happy, well driver not only serves his organization or her organization, but also her family or their family, their communities, and of course, all the other road users. Having a training strategy in place is key. You know, a lot of organizations will implement an annual training strategy based on scheduling, but that in itself is not always necessary. You know, really drilling down on the telematic data. Most organizations that are participating here today do have at least one telematics system on board, some sort of fleet management. Some of us even have 3 on board. Then there is the addition of camera technology. So using that technology, really sit with your telematics company, be it C-Track, Mix, whoever the organization is, and help work with them to design the kind of reports that you can read, that you can actually work with to be able to understand where the training needs are. They are so sophisticated now that you can identify areas on a specific route where the driver may need training. So instead of just going straight for economical, defensive, and safe loading training, and I'm not saying that those are not important, they truly are, but try use your data to identify where the risks lie, because you might find it might be on a specific route in not using the intarder or the retarder, or not being in the right gear if it's a manual vehicle. When there has been an issue raised on the telematics equipment, do coaching, record the coaching, and really use the opportunity to build upon the driver's knowledge and understanding of why the incident that he was almost involved in, which is often why you are coaching, needs to be, you know, why that shouldn't have happened, and how could he can circumvent that in the future. Fatigue management is critical. You know, really trying to drill down on a reasonable amount of driving hours, helping the driver understand why they've got to stop every 2 to 3 hours, not only to stretch their legs, but to check the vehicle, check the tires, you know, as they walk around, kick the tires, check the load, that it's still evenly distributed and properly secured. These are really important. So managing the working and rolling hours of the driver is truly important. Again, the standard clearly says that the organization shall ensure that the drivers are medically fit and that the resources are allocated towards continued driver wellness, so that the personal safety of the drivers is preserved and that of the safety of the public road users. So let's have a look at the next one. So this is the last pillar, which is organizational productivity. Here I've simply taken an extract from the standard, which says the organization shall determine and provide the resources required for the effective implementation of RTMS, and all levels of management shall ensure the availability of resources in order to implement, maintain, and improve RTMS. RTMS is very much around deciding on the best policy, process, and system to manage a specific risk in your business, or to create improved efficiencies, to measure, to have a look at the data, and then to implement a mindset of continuous improvement. You are competing against yourself, because it's self-regulation. So you need to have a look at what's important to your organization, whether it's some of the slides that Dr. Paul was speaking about, whether your KPI is going to be around reducing overloading, whether it's tire and fuel management, whether it's managing the vehicle services as Western City of Cape Town did. You really need to decide what is important. You can't do it all. Choose areas where the business is most at risk, where you are having the most amount of issues in the organization, and start there, and then start to build upon that. Really defining the roles and responsibilities in the organization. So who's going to be the champion of RTMS in the organization? Who's going to sit on the committee, and who is going to take on the responsible role of collecting this data, doing the training, organizational training. And I think that, you know, we keep talking about the importance of drivers. Very often RTMS is implemented in isolation of the drivers. They do not understand the reason. No one took the time to consult with them. So really bring them in and help them understand why RTMS is critical to building a sustainable, safe, and responsible business. So how do we implement RTMS? This is a quick, easy slide. First of all, appoint that responsible champion and the team that is going to support him or her in the organization. This is after you've downloaded the standard. Then assess the standard requirements against your existing policies and close the gaps. You know, as I said, it's quite easy. They literally set out one below each other. Begin capturing and collecting data, assess if the supporting documents will meet the standard, and address any anomalies and exceptions. Let me just have a look what this slide is called. Let me just move this down quickly. Okay, so once you have been certified, you will need to supply quarterly reports to the RTMS back office. And these reports basically are put in place to assist the RTMS steerco, collect data, but also to assist the organization, you as an organization, to improve and continuously improve. So I'm not going to read this whole slide, but I think the bottom one is really important, is the organization shall carry out regular internal audits. Audit each other, operations, auditing HR operations and finance. Remember, there is an element of finance in here because of the fact that there have to be resources, and these resources are not just people. There would be financial resources that would need to be allocated to the maintenance of RTMS within the organization. Okay, let me move this back again. Escape. Oh no, close that. Right. Goodness gracious. Got to get on top of this one. Okay. So in terms of your quarterly reports that you'll be submitting to RTMS, A to Q are the minimum KPIs that you will be reporting on. So again, a lot of this is coming off data sheets that are established right in the beginning and are just managed. So for instance, the number of motorized vehicles. You know, we only procure vehicles a couple of times, sometimes annually, sometimes in 3-5 year cycles. So, you know, this is not something that you are updating on a monthly basis, but the moment a new vehicle is procured and put onto the fleet, it needs to be allocated. So you're going to be reporting pretty much a lot of data collected in the organization. A lot of this data is coming off your telematics systems if you have set it up correctly. And then some of it obviously coming out of HR at the bottom, which is dealing with driver illnesses, chronic illnesses, the management of that. So yeah, let's go to the next slide. The auditing process. So this is my last slide. How do we get going? First of all, you can conduct a gap analysis, as mentioned in an earlier slide, of your own policies, or you can appoint an external organization or consultant to come and do that for you. But based on the standard, if you've actually sat down and broken the standard, it is actually quite self-explanatory that you should be able to do this yourself. Then you're going to look at appointing a CB. Go to the RTMS website, have a look at the 2 CBs. There is only Zolabex at the moment and JC auditors. So appoint a CB by means of reaching out to them, filling out the necessary documentation that you need to in order to get a quotation. And this quotation will be for a 3-year cycle audit. So basically it's a stage 1 audit, a stage 2, and then a surveillance audit in the 3rd year. Every 3 years is obviously repeats. Now, in spite of the fact that, or despite that you might have signed a 3-year audit cycle, nothing holds you to that CB. We as CBs have a responsibility as well to you. So we need to be affordable. We need to be able to be responsive. And if you're finding that this is not the case, you have the option to move CBs. So yeah, go and appoint your CB. Conduct the stage 1 audit. A stage 1 audit can be done in person or it could be done remotely. And this really is to have a look at, it doesn't go into detail, but it looks to evaluate whether all the systems and processes that you're using would support a stage 2 audit. Set a date and let the auditors come and have a look at your organization for that stage 1. And take the feedback. So if you have received some negative feedback, just take it on board, go and make the changes and prepare yourself for a stage 2 audit. The stage 2 audit will give you a comprehensive report, and there might be some NCRs, non-conformists raised during that audit. Again, you are meeting the standard and you're measuring yourself against the standard, but for yourself, for your own self-improvement. So irrespective of the outcome of the audit, be proud that you've taken the step. Be proud that you are committed to making a difference to road safety and that you are committed to continuous improvement within your organization. Guys, thank you for your time. I know this is the 73rd workshop. This is my first time I have presented this phase of the workshop. I promise to get smoother and a little clearer, but I hope it has made some sense to you, and I hope that you can begin the journey and not be bogged down by the fact that it might seem onerous or very, very detailed and cumbersome. It's not. It's totally doable. And it's really, really, for the young organizations and the small organizations, let it become your lived culture. That's the best way to implement. Start while the organization is small. It's still very cost effective to do it that way, and let everyone that comes into your business as you scale and grow that know that this is the RTMS standard is your culture and your basis of measuring your organization. And I honestly believe you will be able to run a sustainable and safe organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nikki, for this great presentation. Excellent overview how to get involved with RTMS and get compliant. I think it was a great presentation. I'm quite sure a lot of people would like to engage with you. So thank you so much for advising. Hopefully you'll be available for the questions and answers, Nikki.
Yes, certainly.
Thank you, Nikki. Right, ladies and gents, our next presenter or presenters are Carly Venter. She's the Executive Corporate Strategy and Marketing, and Abdullah Murad, he's the HRD Manager Technical for Unitron Supply Chain Solutions. And they're going to give us an RTMS case study promoting safety, governance, and compliance. Thank you so much, Unitrons.
Thank you, Harry. I'm just checking that everybody can hear me. Audio is all good.
Yes, we can.
Perfect. And I've got Abdullah with me as well. Let me just start sharing my screen. Get this up and running. Right, so let me just check. Is everybody seeing the full slideshow, Harry?
Perfect. You can proceed. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Right, then starting off, I just wanted to say to Nikki, wow, I think it is refreshing to have somebody just break down RTMS so simply. I think we often in our big corporates tend to complicate things. And, we start adding a whole lot of additional procedures and processes. And I think working with a lot of our subcontractors and smaller SMMEs, it is important to often go back to basics and understand what the standard is about and really what is it that we're trying to achieve with the standard. Abdullah and I today want to share around what we at Unitrans have experienced in terms of our implementation of RTMS and also the benefits that we've seen as an organization. We're very lucky as a big corporate to have a lot of supporting functions, systems, technology that makes this a bit easier in our life. But I think it's important to understand the principles that all of that is built upon. And to then also talk today, and that's why I asked Abdullah to join me today, a lot about the drivers. And I think that's one of the changes and additions that have come to the standard over time. And we really believe as an organization that driver wellness, driver training, skills development is a fundamental part of the standard. And so we want to shine a bit of a brighter light on that today. And so Abdullah will be sharing a lot about what we're doing in that space. So I'm just going to go on to the next one. And then also just to Harry, again, just a big thank you to you as well for always facilitating and coordinating and being such a key in terms of industry knowledge sharing and skills development. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Carly. Thank you.
Right, so just starting off, most, I think, people particularly on this call will be aware of Unitrans and who we are, but to put it into context, our business is a big business, and we essentially have been linked to RTMS and to PBS and a number of other things for quite some time. We have scale in the sense that we have more than 2,000 vehicles operating across the country, 3 divisions, general freight, specialized freight, food and consumer, and over 5,000 employees. And the key thing that I'd like to highlight here is that 3,000 of those 5,000 employees are our drivers. And so it is critically important when we talk about road safety and RTMS for those drivers and for that part of our staff contingent to understand the standard and to be a part of the standard and to live and breathe it. And so Abdullah will share again later what we do with our drivers in that space. In terms of our structure, we form part of the CUP Industrial Holdings Limited Group. We also have 2 sister divisions, our Unitrans Africa business that operates in a number of territories cross-border. And then we also have our bus business, Nikki mentioned, bus operators, so that's our Unitrans passenger business. Megabus forms a big part of that. And then we have our industrial businesses brands that are linked to us through CUP, the Restonics, Feltex, PG Bison, and Safripol. Just a bit of an overview. We're very proud that we're a long-standing brand in South Africa. We were incorporated in 1962, celebrating 60 years in South Africa this year. And have since then essentially added a lot of other brands to our business. We added in 2008 Synergistics and Crystal Pool, and in 2016 the Lucerne Transport team joined our business as well, and they're all wholly owned subsidiaries of our organization. And just a key note for us as well is that we're really proud of being a South African organization, and we believe that we are a family. And so as a family, South Africa and the road safety of South Africans, or safety of South African roads, is extremely important to us as an organization. And so we really feel that we are committed to improving road safety in all aspects and creating, as Nikki said, as a transport operator, road transport user, to a very big extent, we have to play a key role in creating awareness in this regard. And I was looking at Nikki's beautiful slides. We might want to upgrade to her beautiful version of the standard. We're still referencing the 2014 version here, but wanted to highlight the different components and really explain how we have made this part of who we are and how we've implemented some of these practices. So on an ongoing basis, as an organization, we evaluate all of these aspects in our operations, and we try and determine how we can positively impact on road safety, but also where there is potentially risk to the safety of other road users. And a big part of what we've done from an RTMS perspective is we've incorporated that as into our overarching SHEC standard and SHEC linking in the risk side. We make use of a digital platform and digital process management, electronic management system, of which RTMS forms a key part. So all of our policies and documents and procedures, the corrective actions, the templates, the internal audits that Nikki was referring to, all form part of that big repository of information and data that our teams on the ground have access to. You might have noticed we said we have 81 depots across the country. So it's critically important that we provide all of those teams with the necessary documentation, templates, records, and procedures, SOPs that they can follow in order to remain compliant and adhere to the standard and really take the standard to the next level. So we do continuous performance monitoring against the standard linked with our safety and risk management processes. And we've really embraced the RTMS standard across all of our divisions. In terms of the various elements, let's just go to the next slide. So loading control. I think the key thing, Nikki mentioned that you need to have access to fleet inventory, to an understanding of what your fleet looks like, what are the categories of assets you have, what are the specifications. Each different combination has different loading parameters, specifications, mass specifications. So it's really critically important. And in a fleet of over 2,000 vehicles, that becomes quite a job. So what we have done is all of our dashboards are electronic. We keep track of all of our active and inactive fleet on a daily, weekly basis. This gets tracked in an operational meeting on a Monday afternoon, which we'll go into later today. And by business unit, we then understand which of our vehicles are operating, what type of vehicles are they, where are they operating. We monitor kilometers and understand where they are traveling. And certain routes can then get identified as problematic routes. The M3 is always a challenging route. So we monitor and keep track of the activity of each one of our assets and various operations. Systems and communication is absolutely key to have in place to ensure that you keep updated records. I think that the challenge for smaller operators is sometimes the digital part of it, but having manual versions of the same data is just as effective and is critically important as long as they are communicated effectively, frequently, and to the right audience. So documenting those steps and procedures is exceptionally important. And the next slide is perhaps an example of that. In certain areas where connectivity and on mining operations, sometimes connectivity and data is a challenge. In those areas, we might have manual reporting that is then subsequently captured on digital systems so that we can have overarching view of all of our stats. But the key part is to have the stats of all loading and offloading activities and to have those reports. We track loading and offloading stats per operation, per fleet, and we report on it daily and weekly, including the percentage of trips overloaded and even trips underloaded. Obviously, a key part of our operations is to try and maximize payloads, to improve utilization, to bring costs down, to improve cost per ton, cost per unit, cost per kilometer for our customers. And that's a key drive from a customer perspective. But we balance that with governance, compliance, ensuring that we don't overload, that we track where overloads happen and why. And in some cases, I'll use an example, in a particular operation in our Eastern Cape region, vehicles were continually creating load shifts. And that's not necessarily because they're overloaded, they're meeting all the requirements in terms of max payload and payload per axle, but it might be the way that the load is constructed or stacked, etc. And that creates a safety challenge on the road because of conditions of the road, certain topography or challenges or potholes. And so we do route optimization checks, and we check what is causing that particular load safety issue. And we then put mitigating actions in place to prevent and reduce risks in that environment. So that's extremely important. This is just one of the examples of our PBS vehicles in the mining environment. You can see the RTMS sticker there in the front. And essentially what RTMS allows is then to have the right controls in place, and have allowed us over time to implement a number of performance-based solutions to maximize payloads in particular areas. So in our mining environment, in our mining division over many years, we've employed various combinations of PBS road trains to service those mining customers, normally over shorter lead distances with higher volumes of product. And it just improves the cost efficiency and the movement from where product is excavated to stockpiles and processing plants on the mine. It improves the utilization, the number of kilometers traveled, but it's done within an environment that has governance and compliance at forefront. And these efficiencies would not be possible without the RTMS framework and compliance and controls in place. This is just another example. In our petroleum division, all of our vehicles are RTMS certified, and it really allows us with our PBS solutions to improve our payloads by 18%. If you look at the standard tanker at the top with and the PBS tanker at the bottom, the improved payload that we're able to achieve with those vehicles. We have similar applications in our food and agriculture divisions for animal feed and other type of products. And so this is really a big benefit of being RTMS certified. Coming to safety and compliance, a big part of what we focus on in this section is centralized operational control and support. We spoke about driver behavior and driver behavior monitoring, and Nikki mentioned that many of the organizations have tracking technology. And so, yes, we are one of those that have mixed telematics tracking technology on our fleets, and linked to a number of other ancillary technologies, drive risk, drive cam, and all of their risk management technologies and cameras. We're able to monitor driver behavior and track trends and understand where there are particular risk profiles in particular divisions, and then to coach according to those flags. Driver fatigue management is a critical part of what we monitor. And as a leadership team, we are tracking and managing that in each one of our divisions. If we see a driver flags around fatigue management, that driver is taken off the fleet, understanding his environment, what is impacting his fatigue, if he's within his driving hours, which we monitor extremely strictly, what in his private life and environment is impacting on his wellness and his fatigue. And we work with that driver to address that so that he can operate at best efficiency and return to a normal driver behavior band. Fleet efficiency, we track fuel consumption, KPIs and kilometers driven. Tire management, as both Paul and Nikki mentioned, critical part of what we do. And so we also track events and try and understand what triggers events. And then that is implemented in terms of risk management, proactive risk management to reduce incidents and to manage incidents when they happen, and to have early warning systems so that we can respond quickly when there is an accident and ensure that the environment is controlled and maintained. Just checking a couple of my notes here. So in terms of fleet efficiency, we have a significant focus on vehicle maintenance as well and roadworthiness. Our dashboards give us accurate updates on when services are due. It gives us alerts of when they are going to become due beforehand, so we can schedule according to delivery schedules and distribution plans. Weekly reports are prepared on breakdowns and causes of breakdowns, and we have monthly reports of when services have overrun, why they've overrun, regular pit checks by our workshop staff. We mentioned tire management, tire scrap analysis, and tire tread depths on the road. And our dashboards also include, as we mentioned, fuel consumption monitoring, etc. So a lot of data, and I think a key part is understanding where your data is coming from, what data you have, and to use that to your ability, at your best ability to track safety and compliance elements. And then we get to driver wellness. I think this is the area where we said we want to spend a bit of time. Monitoring of driving hours is a must do. It's not a nice to have. It's something critically important to understand where drivers are spending their time and tracking that they're not over driving in terms of hours, checking their medicals. And we've spoken about fatigue monitoring. And we also want to not just be punitive in that approach, but to also reward good driver behavior. If a driver performs exceptionally well on his green band driving scores, then we indicate that and we celebrate that and we support that as an organization and motivate for other drivers to follow suit. Nutrition is key. We've often spoken to our drivers and done programs in terms of identifying where accidents occur is sometimes typically after a rest stop, after they've consumed sugary drinks and fatty foods, etc. So it's important to educate around why that is critically important, to track what you eat and when you eat it, to not have sugar spikes and then result in a drop in energy later that can cause fatigue. So we do a host of different training programs. There's the skills development across a set of various categories. We look at classroom and in-cab training, and I'm not going to go into too much detail because Abdullah will share a lot more on this, but essentially we look at the direct control of the vehicle. We look at product and fuel consumption, environmental impact in terms of how they behave for the vehicle. And then we train them on the asset itself and how to look after the asset as a cost to the business. And we also train them on reputation. Our drivers are our biggest representation in terms of our brand. They're our brand in motion. And so we give them training around that, and we train them around legal compliance and safety. And there's a range of elements that are linked to that. So I'm not going to go into detail on this. There's a couple of items here that explains what type of training is linked to that. For example, first aid, hijacking training, customer care, all of those various things. But I'm going to ask Abdullah to take over at this point and share with you how does UniDrive and our UniDrive training support RTMS and the RTMS standard and incorporate it as part of what we do. Abdullah, over to you.
Thank you very much, Carly, and good morning, everyone. After Paul, Carly, and Nikki talked, I don't know what to say rather than UniDrive. Why UniDrive? So using the RTMS framework and many other best practice solutions, in 2018, Unitrans introduced an in-house training curriculum, and we called it UniDrive. So we took 1, 2, 3, 2, 5, 4, that is operator vehicle combination, the unit standard, and we take all best practices and we combined it and we created our internal curriculum called UniDrive. UniDrive contributes to improve driver performance, vehicle performance, and then ultimately overall road safety. Due to the improving and changing technologies that Carly just mentioned, our drivers are equipped with the necessary skills to make a smooth and effortless transition. Training material that we use are of excellent quality and in full color. Actual video footage, and this is where it becomes real. We use actual video footage of real life events in our facilitator toolkits so the drivers can see and experience firsthand what could happen if they don't stick to the rules of the road. This program meets training, legislative wellness, and ideal behavioral standards of not only our clients, but also the National Road Traffic Act, and very important, RTMS system, and all other stakeholders. The aim has always been to create a partnership between drivers and the company, addressing and talking to the hearts and minds of drivers to change their attitude and behavior. The Unitrans health and safety culture, and this is also important. Kali mentioned the SHEC department. So the health and safety culture, we explain to the drivers, extends beyond the walls and fences of Unitrans, but also in his personal life. Unidrive was developed to add value to the organization, our customers, our employees, and specifically the general public and all other road users. Unidrive uses innovating learning techniques such as a board game. As you can see there, we're playing a board game at the end of our 5-day training on the picture. And that board game add both a practical and fun element to the classroom, which not only tests the drivers for content, but also provides a refresher to all game players. So you attend the 5-day training. At the end of the training, before your summative assessment, you play the board game. We ask you questions that you had answered right through the week, and that is preparing you. After that, the drivers are then introduced to the Unidrive pledge and are invited to accept the responsibility of being a safe Unidrive and Unitrans driver. Then, Carl, if we can move to the next slide. So what is the methodology we use in Unidrive? Unidrive modules focus around a character called Sipepile, which means we are safe. Sipepile represents all Unitrans drivers attending theory training. He is a new recruit with little driving experience, only the bare minimum, 3 years driving experience, and 0 dangerous goods experience. Each module starts with Sipepile's journey, and that is the storytelling we bring into our training. So Sipepile starts, and I'm going to take you through the 8 modules, but we do module 1, module 2, module 3, until we come to our module 9, that is the elective.
Oh no, have we lost Abdullah now?
Seems like that, probably let's give him a few seconds, maybe we'll reconnect.
Apologies, Carly, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
I've just lost you there for a minute. So facilitators are encouraged to emphasize the importance of stories throughout the book, using the lessons from the previous modules as a starting point to the next module. Storytelling has proven to assist with learning retention. Sipepile represents drivers and safety in all forms to deliver their products, but most importantly, to return back home safely to their families. Now, what is the Unidrive learning pathway? I'm not going to go through everything. We only have like 10 minutes left to present, but Unidrive is TITA registered training program that consists of 8 modules. Module 1 to 8 is mostly your 1, 2, 3, 2, 5, 4, like I explained. That's a unit standard operator vehicle combination. And then module 9, that is elective training. That is only convey dangerous goods by road, unit standard 1, 2, 3, 2, 5, 9. That is only for drivers who operate in the specific dangerous goods environment. So what does module 1 cover? You will say it says starting with me. But module 1 covers the introduction to some basic concepts. We explain to the drivers how Unitrans makes money, the expenses of Unitrans, the expenses of any other business is similar to a transport business, even a taxi operator It's similar to a transport business. These modules touches on the driver's skills and career opportunities. We also highlight career opportunities for the driver and then highlight the need for the driver to look after himself, the wellness of the driver, health of the driver. Drivers over 55, like Nikki mentioned, it's not only a PRDP every 2 years that you must renew to get a medical fit certificate, but it's also drivers over 55, chronic diseases that they might have. Every 6 months, we send them for a medical evaluation so that the company is aware how to assist those drivers. Therefore, the rest of this module is about the driver's health and well-being. Module 2 is focused on customer service. And this is a very interesting module because we don't explain to the driver only how to handle a customer, how to talk to a customer, but we have a little role play that we built into UniDrive, where a difficult customer will be explained, where you have a facilitator sitting there, is the difficult customer, and how does the driver handle that difficult customer. It's by apologizing, saying, sorry, sir, I will contact my supervisor, not getting into that one-on-ones with a customer. It is very important for UniDrive because, like Ali mentioned, the moving asset and the moving brand of Unitrans is our drivers, nothing else. Then we move into module 3. The purpose of module 3 is to ensure the drivers know their legal responsibilities as well as the rules of the road. Module 4 covers the vehicle system, how to conduct interior and exterior pre-trip inspections. Nikki mentioned it so well. It's not only a tick box, it's doing a proper pre-trip inspection, and the emphasis is placed on the importance of taking the time to prepare the vehicle effectively. It doesn't take you less than 35 minutes to do it. Any driver that comes into your operation as part of your briefing before he leaves the depot and he did a pre-trip in 2 minutes, that was a tick box exercise, ladies and gentlemen. To ensure the safety of that journey, the module is practical in nature and requires the facilitator to show the drivers how the vehicle systems work and demonstrate the pre-trip inspection. In 2019, we added and introduced a pre-trip inspection simulation video to demonstrate the required checks. So that means the driver don't only do it practically, you also see it on a video and the facilitator goes through it with him. Once the drivers have prepared the vehicle, now he's ready to operate the vehicle. So that is now all Sipepile coming. He started, we explained to him who's Unitrans, we explained to him customer service, pre-trip inspection, driving the vehicle, maneuvering the vehicle, all aspects that goes with this, such as adjusting your seats and mirrors. Very important factor that we usually miss out. And I don't want to say smaller companies, but can the seat adjust? Can the mirrors adjust to that driver? His height, his length, how he sits. Very important to have a view, a proper view behind him. Then we go into module 6, while on the road. Now that the drivers know the essentials of operating their vehicle, they need to know how to drive it economically. Module 6 links back to Module 1, where cost and expenses were discussed. There is emphasis placed on the drivers to save cost by driving economically, efficiently, and obeying all manufacturer specifications. And I'm so glad Volvo is on the call today, because we do adhere to the specifications of Volvo. The module covers the impact vehicles have on the environment and therefore why the drivers should drive economically. And this is so nice about UniDrive. We don't only discuss the cost saving for the company, the money for the company. but we also explain to drivers the impact of burning fossil fuels have on future generations. And this is all due to RTMS framework and the discussions about sustainability. So while on the road, the drivers may encounter a number of unexpected situations that is covered in Module 7. And I won't go into detail about it, but we do discuss first aid awareness for drivers, firefighting awareness for drivers, and then very important, how to prevent a hijack and tips while driving on the road. Nikki talked about where drivers stop and eat fatty foods. It's not only fatty foods, it's where you stop and talk to people and give out some important information. So that is what we discussed there. Then we go into module 8. Now that the driver has arrived safely at his destination, what must he do now? He must park his vehicle, shut down his vehicle. This module deals with parking, wheel choking procedures, the placement of the wheel choke, not only on straight and level grade, but also incline, decline. How does he put his wheel chokes? The last chapter of the module is also the board game that I referred to previously. And then we go into module 9. Module 9, we do every year according to the National Road Traffic Act. It's called Convey Dangerous Goods by Road, and every driver must do a refresher annually on that. Part of these modules, we also do our two-yearly in-cap assessments when we do the refresher. However, we brought in a biannual in-cap for all drivers. That means every 6 months, every driver within Unitrans must complete at least a 4-hour in-cap assessment. Now, the 4-hour in-cap assessment doesn't mean that he's going to drive for 4 hours. From the beginning, how to start a trip, how to do a pre-trip inspection. So this whole module basically is then covered within the 4 hours, but it's a practical component. Thanks, Carly. We can move to the next slide. Now, what is the improvements that we saw over the past years using UniDrive? So UniDrive was implemented in 2018. The following graphs indicate the improvement in scored events and how effective training and collaboration with our operational excellence team has worked for UniDrive. So total events in the past year, from February, you can see a decline into August. Late responses. Now, late responses, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, that is crucial for all drivers, is to anticipate. That means slow down before speeding up. Very important. And that's why we saw a decrease in that. Following distance and later responses works hand in hand. Driver that is unbelted, a decline in that. Received events, and then we come to your scored events. So obviously there we will have events that is not scored, but that is where the driver cannot do anything about it. However, our operational excellence team still highlight it, and if it is deemed necessary, the driver will go to a training officer or a driver trainer for extra coaching on thinking what could have happened, what could I do differently to prevent these type of things from happening. Then I see in the comments one of our training officers mentioned something. Thank you, Faisal. Then the U-turns, very important, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of accidents happen because of U-turns. Drivers do not always realize how long they take to make a U-turn. And this is also discussed here. And we can see the improvement in it. Colleague, we can move to the next one. The next slide shows some more improvements in driver behavior. So it's all about behavior of the driver. The general driver awareness has improved by 42%. 42%. Distracted driving, that means drivers that is just driving but is looking somewhere else, has improved by 45%. And on the next slide, I'm going to show you the impact it had on our accidents or incident states. So then, what we call fundamental driving or green man driving, based on a number of driver behaviors, has improved by 32%. And we also have seen a 45% improvement on traffic violations. Now, how great is that? Traffic violations, we all talk about ARTO that might be coming, might not be coming. Already we show that 45% decrease in traffic violations. And this is a great slide for us to work through. This shows the percentage improvement made, 24% decrease in harsh acceleration, maintenance cost as well. Impacts the fuel consumption, but also shows that drivers operate the vehicle with care. That is a true reflection that our drivers' behaviors has changed since 2018. 37% decrease in harsh braking, again, not only fuel consumption, but maintenance costs came down here. And speeding contributed to a 58% positive impact on possible accidents. Not only accidents, but possible accidents, has shown an improvement of 58%, just because we have proper training, proper driver data, proper fatigue management systems, and proper wellness systems in place. All due to an increase in following distance. So this 37% harsh braking and 58% impact on speed, it's all because the following distance and driver behavior, considerate driving, as well as the old school saying of think for other drivers. When somebody taught us to drive, they always said think for other drivers. Today we call it anticipate the move of the other driver. The improvement in driver attitude and behavior can directly be linked to the 9% decrease in critical events in our business Unitrans. 3,000 drivers in our business. A 9% decrease is magnificent. With this in mind, I will hand over to Carly to wrap up the session by explaining some additional RTMS framework benefits. Thank you very much, Carly, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Abdullah. And I think with listening to Abdullah, you can hear how passionate we are really about training and skills development in our company. And then that underpins how we deploy the standard, and how in having policies and documents in place is not the only answer. It really is through living and breathing the standard and making part of how we operate, how we think, how we behave. And Abdullah mentioned, but to emphasize, it has really been a journey for us to make sure that our drivers buy into the processes and policies and procedures, because they know that by doing that and by aligning to those systems and processes, they will return home safely to their families. So to wrap up, the way we see key benefits from the RTMS framework, governance and compliance, absolutely key. And we've spoken and mentioned around the deterioration of compliance in our industry. And so we really want to advocate and emphasize the importance of complying with regulation, of preventing overloading, and making sure that we are focusing on load safety and dimensional compliance, making sure our vehicles are roadworthy, that we have all of the licensing in place, that they are serviced on time when they need to be serviced, that we're monitoring traffic infringements and violations. And looking at productivity and commercial benefits, Abdullah mentioned a couple of those. Just by focusing on safety and compliance, you naturally have fuel consumption benefits, maintenance benefits, reduced road wear and congestion, you improve on your kilometers and trips, and it opens up the opportunity for PBS participation. It really has a big impact on relationships with customers because it gives them that peace of mind that you have all of the necessary controls and mechanisms in place to ensure a safe operating environment. And then just the safety and sustainability benefits. We've mentioned a lot of the reduction in incidents, but I'd also emphasize the impact on environment and reduced carbon emissions. As an organization, we have just recently signed a safety pledge whereby we are monitoring now and measuring our key SDGs that contribute to, we call it Sustainable Development Goals, that we are going to commit to and measure on an ongoing basis and improve on, so that we do our bit in terms of contributing to the environment and making sure that we are protecting the environment, as we are a key contributor to carbon emissions with a really big fleet. So that's a key focus for us. And then the monitoring and control of speeding, accidents, all of those driver behaviors, that is only possible through the right technologies, the right systems, and the right reports in place. And so communication and systems and technology is an absolute critical part of supporting that. And it brings all of those benefits of visibility and understanding where your cost drivers are, but also where your risk factors are, so that you can put the necessary corrective actions in place. And that essentially is us in summary. So to just highlight and close off, as much as there are a lot of vehicle benefits, business benefits, cost-saving benefits, ultimately for us, it is about road safety and it is about saving lives. And therefore, we are extremely committed to and supportive and advocate for RTMS and for the standard. Thank you, Harry. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Carly and Abdullah. It was so humbling listening to this presentation. You know, the work you guys are doing, thinking about behavior, efficiency, and risk management, making such a big difference in our worlds and in our businesses. So yeah, I'm quite sure people are looking forward to engaging with you guys in the panel discussion. Thank you so much for the good work you are doing. Really appreciate that. Right, ladies and gents, after that great presentation, let's listen to Mr. Steve Cornelius. He's the Automotive and Transport Specialist at Jamar Risk Advisors. And he's going to talk about RTMS from an insurance perspective. Thank you very much, Steve.
Hi, Harry. Sorry, man. Just struggling my way around here as usual. You should be used to this by now.
Morning, Steve.
Is there anything on there?
No.
Harry, anything there?
No, Steve, nothing yet.
Would you like to just, would you put it on from your side, Harry?
I can do that for you, yes. Just a moment for me.
While you're busy with that, if I can just start my presentation by complimenting the two previous speakers, Nikki and Carly and Abdullah. It's tough to present after those two professional speakers, and yeah, the good news is that I do hold a record at all the RTMS workshops for the fastest presentation, which you'll be happy, because I don't think people really find much joy in listening to someone talk about insurance. But I think it is important. The current insurance landscape is terribly tough at the moment. I think all clients have to be very, very sure that they cross their I's or cross their T's and dot their I's, because insurers are, it's what we call a hard market, if I can, for want of a better word. It's been influenced by a number of things. The insurrections, for example. We know what that cost this country. I think Sasria, I think their latest bill for that was about 30 billion. The floods in Durban, that cost, I think just Santam alone, 3 billion. I think the knock-on effect of the war in the Ukraine, inflation, the price of diesel, and all those things have really gone a long way towards creating what I mentioned was a very hard market. Now, where clients have to be careful in a hard market is that insurers are not very accommodating when it comes to premium, when it negotiating terms, and in fact, even when it comes to the claim stage, the flexibility that might in the past have been there is not existent anymore. So it's very important to be aware of that and to make sure that your contracts are in place and your covers, etc., and that you stick to the terms and conditions. Otherwise, you might run into a problem with claim settlement. Just to give an idea of the current market situation, we recently had a very upsetting, I suppose is the word, liquidation of one of the more larger transport insurers. And that's had a hell of a knock-on effect. Repairers have been left out of pocket. Clients have been left out of pocket for claims. And it really has been a tough time. And as I say, I can't remember in the 35 years that I've been in insurance that the market has been as brittle as what it is at the moment. So that's a bit of an overview. Harry, I don't know if you managed to find my presentation.
I'm displaying it all the time, Steve.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I had it covered. Obviously, what I'd like to try and, I just don't want to paint the bad picture. I'd like to try and give us an idea of how to avoid the possible problems that we have. And you have to start with your policy wording. And as I know, people don't enjoy reading an insurance policy wording, but the terms and conditions that are contained in there are generally not negotiable. They roadworthiness licenses, that's the licenses for your car, your driver's license, PDPs, the security requirements, and obviously the overloading. They are important terms and conditions that you have to comply with. Now, in Carly's presentation, she touched on in a lot more detail on a lot of these risk management areas, and a lot of what RTMS stands for obviously overflows into insurance as well. Exclusions. Your policy wording is basically built up of the covers, the extensions, the exclusions, and the terms and conditions. And exclusions are there to tell you what's not covered. So any damage relating from wear and tear, that could be excluded and probably will be. For instance, if there's an electrical failure that the insurer feels is due to wear and tear and it leads to a fire, you could have a problem getting that claim paid. And I'm talking from experience here. It happened recently that in fact all resultant damage was excluded because of electrical failure. So be careful. Obviously, your loss ratios, and those of you that don't understand loss ratio, it's very simple. It's your total claims divided by your premium, gives you a percentage. And obviously, if that percentage starts approaching the 100% mark, insurers get a little bit fidgety. And to control your loss ratio, one has to look at two things. It's the frequency of your claims, the number of claims that you have, obviously, and the severity of your claims. That is, in other words, the average cost of your claim. Those are the two things that one has to keep under control and to reduce your loss ratio, to control your premiums, etc. And there, the risk management side of it that Carly touched on in a lot more detail is, just go back to the previous slide. Thank you, Perry. Driver behavior, the maintenance of the vehicle, the physical securities required, and of course, overloading. Those are the critical elements that one has to manage to ensure improved loss ratios. And then, of course, the whole purpose of this discussion is for me to highlight the fact that RTMS compliance, stroke certification, and I use both words there, is absolutely fundamental to ensuring that you can counterpunch and get the better. No, I don't like that word, but at least ensure that you get what you're paying for on your insurance policy and reduce the cost of your risk and insurance. Okay, the next one. The risk and insurance roundabout. Basically, we as transport specialist brokers, we are trying to strive to bring down the total cost of risk and insurance. Now, risk complies of all the risk management costs. The cost of insurance includes excesses and all those other peripheral things. So, all seen together in one package, one has to structure a situation where you pay the least that you have to. And as I've touched on, how you get that right is by improving your loss ratios through good risk management. That will allow you to, or the broker, to negotiate better premiums. So if that loss ratio is under 60, for example, you will have the insurer standing in a line to do your business. Managing the claims procurement, in other words, making sure that things like glass and tires or whatever, that you control those costs, and so doing bring down your average cost of your claim, and also getting those claims paid quickly, so that there's no downtime losses, etc. And then every client is different, so it's a challenge when you look at a client. You've got to make sure that you structure the whole package correctly, and that you choose the right insurer, and that insurer recognizes what you're actually doing by giving loss ratio, a profit share on good loss ratios and that type of thing. So that's very important, is that your whole portfolio must be well structured. And then I love it, hug your broker, get very close to your broker. This is the time for the broker to play a very, very meaningful role in your business. Make sure that you are on very good terms with your broker, and again, get RTMS certified. It's without any shadow of a doubt the best thing that you would do for your business. And you've probably realized from the previous presentations how much money one saves by implementing RTMS. And I can almost categorically say, depending on the size of your business, that just what you'll save in insurance will go a long way towards funding your RTMS certification costs. So with that, Harry, I'm done. Thank you very much for having me present on this. Paul, thank you, and look forward to the next speakers.
Indeed, thank you so much, Steve. It was very interesting and so important, and days been lovely. Would you kindly share your contact details in the chat room? Would you people would like to get in contact with you? I really appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Ladies and gents, our next presenter is Mr. Oliver Naidu, who's the Managing Director of JC Auditors. And he's going to talk about RTMS audits, key trends. Thank you, Oliver.
Hi, Harry. Morning. I think you just got to allow me to, oh, there we go, to share screen. Okay, so I'm guessing you can see me and hear me, Harry and team.
We can hear you. We just need slide view. There we go. You can proceed. Thank you.
Okay, just 1 second. I'll quickly make sure I get the right one. Good. So, morning, everybody, and good to see so many familiar faces today. When Carly showed the one slide with the quad on Richards Bay Minerals, it took me back. Very sentimental for me, Carly, that one. It's one of my first audits, I think, way back in 2008, when Gert Brits was, I think, GM for the mining industry. So really good to, whenever I see that, it does take me back. So what I'd like to do, colleagues, today is just to give you an idea of some of the trends that we've picked up from conducting RTMS audits, and to hopefully show what are the key challenges that transport operators are facing. We do realize we have a crisis on our roads, and some of the trends I'm going to show now will, if it's full slide, it's not changing now. There we go. So some of the trends I'm going to share will again highlight some of the key road safety risks we face and the need for those to be mitigated. So I couldn't take too big a data set, but what I have done, just to highlight certain key points, I've taken the last 50 initial audits that have been conducted recently. These are companies that have not been certified, so it's their first audit. And in this population, we picked up a total of 261 non-conformances. So that's around 5 non-conformances per audit. And categorizing the non-conformances, the numbers indicate the percentages. Nothing, no surprises here, as you can see. Speed violations account for 18% of the total number of non-conformances for first-time auditees. The maroon shading, inadequate driver training. I think I don't need to say any much more about that, but it is, again, a key area that is often marginalized or not adequately implemented. And of course, Abdullah's and Carly's presentation was exceptional. It clearly indicated what ingredients one should have in implementing an effective driver training program. And I'll talk a bit more about the effectiveness of driver training programs. So 13% of the non-conformances were due to inadequate driver training, overloading, 11%. And I should say, in this sample, there was quite a large number of transporters in the bulk commodity sector, which might indicate why the percentage of overloading is fairly significant, given the how difficult it is to control loading in the bulk commodity sector. Driver fatigue, 11%, and the lack of adequate pre-trip inspections accounted for 9% of non-conformances. So that was the top 5, but you can see in this list, which is around about 17, 18 odd initial audit findings, okay, the bottom 5 is what I've mentioned, and the rest are pretty much the challenges that we face collectively in the transport industry. It's how do we ensure consistency in our businesses to mitigate these key risks? So things like tire surveys, driver medicals, service overruns. So these are the list of all the NCs that were picked up from the 50 audits sampled. And my next few slides will just break down in a little more detail exactly what trends have been picked up in relation to these non-conformances. The NC is related to speed violations. Often we find there's a high frequency but low extent, meaning there's a marginal exceedance of the speed regulation. For example, a truck or a bus traveling frequently at, say, 87 kilometers per hour. We also find some where it's of low frequency, the speed violation, but high in extent. Isolated speeds greater than 100 kilometers per hour is an example. Again, high frequency, low extent, or low frequency, high extent are both severe risks and both need mitigation. And we have also found sometimes transporters would apply the incorrect applicable speed regulation. So the truck would be driving in a 60 kilometers per hour speed zone, but the telematics would be configured to only detect violations at 80 kilometers, which is obviously not desirable. Then inadequate driver training, in some cases, at the initial audit, we found that there was absolutely no training at all. In some cases, there was training implemented, but it did not address all the requirements. And one of the major gaps we found is the lack of sufficient training and awareness on driver wellness. And then the third one was there wasn't sufficient evidence that the effectiveness of the training was being evaluated. And Abdullah's presentation was music to my ears. So the acid test, ladies and gents, is when you train, it's not purely to train to tick an academic scorecard or to tick a box. The training, as we've seen in the really good presentation, should be aligned and geared to achieve a culture change in the business. And that's far easier said than done. So the training is, yes, you must have a structured training plan in place, etc. But it's more than that. It's how do you integrate safety culture within the business? Are there posters up? Do you use videos? Are the drivers being constantly reminded by the controllers, by the briefers and debriefers about safety parameters? So I think, and even in the standard, if you look at RTMS standard, the title of that specific clause is actually support. In other words, how does one provide the environment, the context, and the resources to ensure that drivers are adequately factored in to minimize their risk on the road? Overloading, here we looked at, in the NCs, frequency of overloading. And here the current RTMS limit allows for a maximum of 4% of trips. So for every 100 trips, if more than 4 are overloaded, it does generate a non-conformance. We've sometimes found incorrect payload calculations have been used, where the company would use the GVM and not the legal limits to calculate the payload. And in the car carrier industry, we found that dimensions, specifically not measuring compliance with the height limit, was also one of the identified non-conformances. Oh yeah, as I've mentioned, so the payload of a vehicle is calculated based on the maximum legal limit for the class of vehicle, which in the case of an Interlink is 56 tons. But often in the red block, many of the smaller transporters often calculate payload by subtracting the RTMS from the GVM, which is incorrect. And we found that to be, I think, the case in 2 or 3 of the identified non-conformances. Driver fatigue, here we found shift hours in excess of 15. We found there to be a lack of duty rosters where rest days have not been allocated, and a number of instances where your excessive driving hours in the long distance operations were not monitored, or sometimes monitored, but no response was taken where the exceedances were noted. Vehicle pre-trip inspection, we've heard Abdullah mention, a proper inspection should take a half an hour or so. And here in the audit sample, we found a number of missing inspections. So the truck would operate for 3 weeks, and in the 21-day period, we'd find 8 or 9 days where there was no evidence of a pre-trip inspection having been conducted. Now, we do know it's a legal requirement in terms of the Road Traffic Act for the driver to check and validate that the vehicle is safe to be operated. We've also found 5B on the slide, where in some cases the pre-trip was conducted, defects were reported, but the vehicle was still allowed to operate with safety critical defects. This is absolutely unacceptable risk, and it should never happen. And these are some of the non-conformances that were picked up, or the top 5 rather. Tire surveys is another key requirement. We know the piece of rubber is the only contact the truck has with the tire. In some cases, we found that the tire survey was not conducted. Often, and this is something which we find even post-certification, the survey does not cover an adequate percentage of rolling wheels. So the tire manufacturers have recommended at least 70% of rolling wheels should be inspected in order to get some comfort that all the wheels have been surveyed. We also found a number of cases where the inflation pressure was not checked, and there was no evidence that this key safety and efficiency piece of equipment, or rather area, was neglected. So inflation pressure has a big impact both on the safety of the tire, but equally so on fuel consumption in terms of the rolling resistance. Then driver medicals was another area we found a number of non-conformances. Here it was either not done or not done across the entire driver complement. In some cases, the medicals were conducted, but there was inadequate management of drivers who were identified with chronic illnesses like diabetes or hypertension. And the driver wellness component is often lacking for those drivers who are at higher risk due to the nature of the chronic illnesses that they do have. Truck service overruns, we found 2 categories here. The one category related to frequent service overruns. In other words, it happened quite often, but it was just marginally outside the tolerance. For example, if it's a 1,500 tolerance, it was 500 kilometers outside the tolerance. And the second category was where there were some severe overruns. In one case, the 120,000 kilometer service was skipped entirely. In another case, the 250,000 interval was only conducted 16,000 kilometers later. Then RTMS, one of the disciplines of the RTMS standard or any management system is to ensure that in addition to the policies and procedures and framework, that there's an active management of or monitoring of the key indicators. So here we found in the audits there was not adequate monitoring of vehicle speed. So the provisions for telematics was there, but nobody took note of what the data indicated, overloading, traffic fines, and incidents as well. So this related to inadequate monitoring where the transporter did not have a handle of how they were performing in those key areas, as we know. Then we also found some non-conformances that related to alcohol testing either not being implemented or inconsistently implemented. In some cases, risk assessments were not available. Risk assessments, we know, are a critical part of any transport business, or in fact, any business for that matter, where one looks at identifying the risk and mitigating, and in this case, there were a number of omissions. In some cases, point number 12, accident and incidents were not investigated adequately. In some cases, point number 13, the loading method did not properly provide the assurance that the loads were safe or secured, and that the axle limits were made provision for compliance with. Number 14, some documents or records were not available. And we also found management functions relating to internal audit or management review not conducted. And there was just one case in the population where permit conditions, so in this case, the transporter was operating abnormal loads. And of course, there's a permit that one is issued. In this case, there was no indication that the permit conditions, which are a legal requirement, were being implemented or assessed. So that's just a summary of what the sample of the 50 audits found. And I think it's not too many surprises. I think most of it is currently what we know are the key risks we as transporters do face. And then just before I conclude, just an idea for those who are not familiar with the audit process for how does one mitigate or manage findings. So here's an example taken from a business where the auditor on site found speed violations. And you can see in yellow shade the different kilometers or kilometers per hour, up to 94 kilometers per hour. So it was a finding. And this was communicated to the client in question. Then as part of the corrective action or mitigating measure, the transporter put in place, or refined rather, the speeding process to take into account the speed limit, and to also look and revise the speed tracking and discipline process. So this is what their revision incorporated. So they looked at the speed limits, revised the speed limits, and they made a list of what exceptions they would tolerate, which was lacking in the previous policy. And the little shade, yellow shade at the bottom, is absolutely crucial. And again, it comes down to driver empowerment. So it's not purely about complying with the relevant road speed. It's how does the driver take into account and adjust their speed traveled, taking into context the conditions of the road, traffic density, weather, road construction, etc. So it's really about ensuring the driver drives at the most suitable or the safest possible speed in the current prevailing conditions. And that is part of the culture change I mentioned earlier. Then this client, as part of their corrective actions, they had a toolbox talk. They engaged with the drivers. You can see it's in Witbank, I think, where they communicated exactly what the non-conformance entailed. And from the other feedback, they made the drivers aware of how it can impact on their own livelihoods and well-being. And in that way, they made provision for a more sustainable approach to controlling and managing speed. At the follow-up audit, this is an extract from that document, and you could see quite clearly that the actions taken clearly achieve the desired outcome, which was to minimize speed violations. So that's just one example. But of course, with its overloading, driver fatigue, vehicle service overruns, etc., all would require a similar kind of structured corrective actions where identified non-conformances have been found. And in conclusion, I hope it plays a 3-minute video just highlighting some of the risks and how we should address them as part of the RTMS compliance.
RTMS is a national standard promoting safety, compliance and efficiency in fleet operations. It promotes a framework in order to minimize crashes, ensure vehicle safety, promote safe driving behavior, and ultimately allow for an efficient supply chain, which is essential for economic growth and global competitiveness. Let's look at the 4 pillars of the RTMS standard. 1. Correct vehicle loading is essential, making sure that the mass and dimensions limits of the National Road Traffic Act are complied with. If a truck is overloaded, it not only damages our roads, but it is also a safety risk, as the vehicle braking and handling is compromised. Our roads are a national asset, so by preventing overloads, we preserve our roads and make them safer. So whatever you are loading, be it bulk or break bulk, make sure to load correctly and safely, taking care to distribute the load across all axles. The RTMS standard also requires safe load securement, so make sure that load is correctly and tightly secured to avoid dislodgement during transit. 2. Safety of vehicles. The second pillar of the RTMS is safety and safe operation of the vehicles. A structured preventative maintenance program is essential. This includes tyre management and maintenance of the trailers. Of course, in addition to preventative maintenance, it is essential that pre-trip safety inspection is conducted daily. It is widely accepted that more than 80% of crashes are due to driver error, so managing driver behavior is a crucial requirement of the RTMS standard. One of the main causes of crashes is driving at unsafe speeds, so monitoring of driving speed is a key requirement of the RTMS. 3. Driver health and wellness. The third pillar of the standard is driver health and wellness, which requires that the drivers are assessed for fitness to drive. The standard also requires a fatigue management plan, including a driver duty roster, monitoring of duty hours and driving hours. It is critical that drivers get enough sleep to avoid falling asleep at the wheel. Another wellness requirement is the screening of drivers for possible intoxication, which we know prevents a severe risk impact. 4. Driver training. The fourth pillar of the RTMS standard is the requirement for a structured driver training program to be in place. The training program should focus on key criteria, including defensive driving techniques such as keeping a safe following distance, driving at a safe speed, avoid using a cell phone while driving, driver health and wellness. So, as can be seen, RTMS is all about managing risk and promoting safety in a fleet operation. The RTMS has been implemented by leading transport companies since 2006 and is widely accepted as the gold standard for fleet operators. RTMS, it's simply doing the right thing.
Thanks very much, Harry. That's me done.
Oliver, well done. Thank you very much for this comprehensive presentation and all the research you guys do and doing proper audits. Hopefully a lot of companies going to make use of these services. Thank you, Oliver. Really appreciate that. Ladies and gents, what we're going to do now is we're going to take a short break. I just want to get up our program. We will combine the questions and answers we would have had now with the questions and answers at 1 o'clock, around about 1 o'clock, to catch up on time. If there's a burning question, you can pop it in the chat room for us and we will address it. We may get to the questions and answers later on in the session. So we're going to take a short break now, go and grab a cup of coffee. I'll see you back in 5 minutes' time. Then we'll have Bradley doing a presentation for us, another case study. So thank you very much. See you just now. All right, good people, let's take up our seats again. So our next presenter is Mr. Bradley Shamangala. He's a fleet risk manager for Coca-Cola beverages, and he's going to do an RTMS PBS case study. Thank you very much, Bradley.
Thank you so much, Harry. Good morning, everyone. It's an absolute privilege to be on this transport forum this morning to present our case study on our PBS vehicles. And we just want to extend our a very big thank you to Harry and the Transport Forum for allowing us to do this. We are very much aligned to what RTMS stands for, and we are very committed to ensuring we do our part when it comes to road safety. Just a table of contents, what we will be covering today. Just introduction to CCBSA South Africa, what our business conscience is, our risk management, our journey to RTMS, RTMS certification, benefits of when it comes to diamond status, what the meaning is to CCBSA truck program, and what type of improvements it's brought along for us. And we'll cover just our driver training program as well as road safety awareness, and then our PBS operation, and we'll give you some stats. An overview on CCBSA. We currently have 30 manufacturing plants around South Africa, and we have a large network where we deliver to around 195,000 retail stores throughout the country. We have 3 divisions, which is our distribution division, our commercial division, as well as our cooling division, which is CDE, and they service around the 195,000 outlets with around 293,000 coolers that we have at those retailers. So it's quite a very big network. Our driver program, which is an owner-driver scheme that promotes business growth within South Africa, and we currently have 343 owner drivers, and it's created around 1,361 jobs, and that's roughly about 722 heavy motor vehicles that we have on our roads, truck tractors, and our trailers is about 1,461, and we cover roughly about 47 million kilometers per annum just on our distribution fleet. Most of our product that we produce within South Africa is made up of 74%, and our employees, our headcount is around 7,378 employees, and we are a level 1 BBBE company. What is our business conscience? What does that involve for us when it comes to risk management? For us, it covers a vast array of risk factors that we cover when it comes to enterprise risk management, security risk management, insurance. We look at operational health and safety. But what we cover in this part when it comes to RTMS is our fleet risk safety. And we take that really serious, and it's leader-led. And from what we see, our MD, he put safety at high regard, Mr. Brapi, and what he says in his direct quote was, it's very important that we create a culture and an environment that puts safety at the core of everything that we do. And that's exactly what we do, and we'll cover that later. Just on our PBS journey, what our journey and where it started. We started off in 2018 with 3 PBS units. We later moved on to 2019, 2020, where we had 5 PBS operational. In 2021, that increased to 8 PBS units. In 2022, currently, we have 13 PBS units, and we're looking to increase that by a further 1 to 14 units in the new year coming. What was the reasons and why the need for RTMS certification? It was basically to align ourselves with the RTMS process that aligns itself with our risk strategy and our commitment to road safety. And what does that entail? It's looking at continuous improvement throughout the business. And I'll cover that later on with our objectives. But also the reasons why we wanted our certification. We wanted to introduce more vehicles throughout our primary distribution operations. We wanted to, the RTMS certification is essential when it comes to renewal of permits. You need that to apply for new permits at the Department of Transport. And the RTMS certification allows us to get that. Our relationship with JC auditors on a year-to-year basis is kept open, and there's clear communication when it comes to understanding the SANS 1395 standards, its requirements, and the updates that come with it. And just our journey, we started off in 2018, as previously mentioned, and we've been audited since. We passed our surveillance audits in 2019. We had a lot of learnings that came out of that, but we managed to improve our business, and we have retained our certification recently in August 2022, still with improvements that needs to be made and how we can do things better. And that's the beauty part of RTMS. It's always encouraging you to do better, to improve, and how do we do things more efficiently within our organization. Just the objectives and what are the benefits of it. RTMS objectives, as mentioned in the previous presentations, we want to prevent overloading. We have to ensure that our vehicles are checked and they are roadworthy at all times, and that ensures drivers are doing what they need to do. We promote promotion of defensive driver training, compliance with road regulations. We want to absolutely minimize all crashes on our roads or that involve our vehicles. That is in direct, the direct objective is to reduce fatalities and injuries on our roads, and we don't want a CCBSA vehicle involved in those type of crashes. So we're always trying to improve that. We also work very much so with our drivers to ensure there's fatigue management, there's driver wellness, that they're healthy, they're strong, they're fit. A big focus is on driver training, which I'll cover a little bit more later. Safety performance management is there, as well as preventative maintenance on all our vehicles. What has been the benefits so far of having our RTMS certification? First of all, our speeding was a big issue or highlighted issue that's come up throughout, and we've actually taken it a bit more in depth, where we measure all speed zones within our business. That's from your 40 zone right up until your 120 zones, and we've managed to benchmark that, and we're trying to improve on that every day when it comes to our operations. We've managed to reduce our speeding violations, and we're still working towards that. When it comes to our instant recalls or accidents, we're always trying to dive deeper into those accidents, ensuring that we understand the root causes and how do we prevent that from happening again. And that's part of the RTMS requirement, that it allows you to dig that deep. Monitoring of trends and accidents. If there is driver coaching that's needed, that's implemented, that's the drivers put through that process to ensure that we don't have a reoccurrence of that incident. Our quarterly KPI submissions are submitted, and that's just to ensure that we are tracking, and it shows that we're continuously looking at our business. Are we improving or we're not? A big focus for us, relies on our improving our driver health and wellness, ensuring that we have good driver that's coming through our system, that the quality of driver is up to scratch and up to standard. And that just to ensure there's peace of mind. And then when we go to bed at night, we know that we have the best people operating our vehicles. A very big factor for us is our corporate brand reputation. We know that we are a global brand, and and our trucks are moving billboards. So we need to ensure there's always compliance, and we need to ensure that we improve customer relations and how do we resolve any of those customer complaints that come through. Just through our audit that we last had, which was in August, we had a couple of findings that popped up for us. And what we've seen is that there was a change, or there was an updated version of the Smart Truck program, and we needed to align ourselves to that program to ensure our training talks to it, and then we meet every single requirement on that. Together with our external supervisor, who is teacher certified, we were able to align a lot of the trainings and to ensure that we are in line. What we found is for our drivers, we needed to implement PBS training that needs to be conducted every 6 months, as well as biannual medicals that included drug testing and chronic illness management that needed to be done 6 months as well. We put that through, and then our fatigue monitoring was a big one for us, that we needed to make sure that we monitor our vehicles, especially in the early hours of the morning between midnight and 6 o'clock in the morning. What was CCBSA's responses to these findings? Our training material updated and aligned with our STP version 33. We went through our drug and alcohol policy, and that needed to be updated so it met the requirements. That was done and implemented. New training schedule introduced for PBS drivers to ensure that they are trained every 6 months. All our clinics on site were notified, and we implemented the drug testing kits that were included with medical checks for the drivers that they will do every 6 months on PBS drivers and annually with our normal drivers that we have. A new process, what we wanted to do how do we manage fatigue better? How do we automate it almost? And what we came up with is with our iCab units, we found there was a functionality on the unit that allowed us that the unit actually call the driver if we had found him driving more than 2 hours 45 minutes or 2 hours 240 kilometers traveled. The unit would call the driver, notify him that he needs to pull over and take a rest. That notification is also then sent to our 24-hour call center that call the driver as well to ensure that he pulled over by our tracking systems, and he took a 10 to 15 minute break to take a breather, stretch a bit, check his load and make sure it's secure. And that just gives us a little bit of insurance that it is happening automated. And we are working towards changing all our iCab units from iCab 1 units to iCab 2 units that will give a functionality across the fleet. So it's quite exciting there. What are challenges that we found? When it came to the trainings and the medicals, there was a high cost associated with the biannual trainings and the driver medicals. It obviously doubled for those trainings and the medicals. And also the time factor that we had to take the drivers out of the normal schedules to get the training, as well as to do the medicals. But even though with those challenges, we were excited to implement them because we know it'll just ensure safety and ensure our drivers are doing the right things and they are trained adequately. Just on our driver training, this is a mechanism that we have in place that ensures drivers are trained via simulator. I'm just going to play a short video just to show you what that simulation looks like. Sorry about that. I'll quickly share again. So it doesn't seem to be playing. Apologies for that. Just going to move on from there. Just to touch on the simulation, it's a digital cockpit that we have that all drivers do the defensive driver training on. It ensures that they are put into real life situations where it comes to weather conditions or hazards that they might find on the roads, such as falling rocks or debris that's on the roads, how to approach bridges. So the simulation covers a large spectrum of environmental risk that they might encounter, and a driver trainer assesses the driver on how he's done, and he's given a certificate if he's passed that. Just to above and beyond our training, we've gone on to our risk safety campaigns that we run. We run 2 campaigns, one in our Easter period, as well as one in our December peak. And that's just to cover all topics. It's short video clips that we send to our drivers that they're trained on. And it just covers an array of topics such as road conditions, speeding, a lot of protest action that's come up now that the drivers are experiencing on a daily basis. So our Toolbox Talks covers those, tells them what they can expect, what to experience, what to do in those situations and scenarios. And it gives them a little bit more information that they can, that they have in the forefront of their mind to ensure that safety is put first. Our main objective is to ensure that our drivers all go home safely to their families and the road users are all safe while our vehicles are traveling on the roads. We've also, on the side of just put in a toolbox talk that we do. Just for the year 2020, we covered 17 topics that look like these, that just gives the driver a little bit more information. And we've seen a great improvement when it comes to the reduction of accidents so far. Okay. Just on our PBS operations, we are currently PBS operations. What is it for us? Our PBS operations involved vehicles that are 44 pallet trucks that are 30 meters in length. And the idea was to significantly reduce the transport activity with a direct impact on reducing road congestion, improving road safety, as well as reducing environmental impact. Why PBS vehicles? We want to ultimately reduce costs, safety, with how our PBS trailers turn, and its performance on road wear and tear on the roads. Also environmental, we want to be able to reduce carbon emissions by reducing the number of the vehicles on our roads. Just on our PBS routes and our operation, we currently have 13 PBS vehicles with 21 PBS routes that we travel on in 5 provinces with 21 delivery locations. And we're currently looking at a new planned route which will operate between Gauteng and KZN on the N3. We are currently in that process, and we are currently we need approval on just one bridge from what I understand, but once that's approved, we'll be able to transport on that route. Just our operational stats, I'm going to do 2 comparisons, one year on year, and then a comparison between our PBS vehicles versus our 30P vehicles.
Randy, just note the time.
Okay. Just our 2021 stats, we had 13 vehicles, and we continued with 13 vehicles in 2022. We had a reduction of almost 200,000, over 200,000 kilometers. And a reduction, our loads, we increased it by almost 700 loads. And we were able to, CO2 emission reduction was 28%. When we did the comparison between our 30P vehicles, if we had done the same volume of about 139,000 pallets, we would have needed 44 vehicles. That saw a 70% reduction in the number of vehicles that needed to be done. We would have done 1.5 million kilometers. There was a 52% reduction in kilometers, a 19% reduction in the number of loads, and we had a 24% reduction in CO2 emissions. So it was quite a big improvement for us. Just on our PBS cost saving, year to year, as we've gone on with the operation, we've seen bigger savings come through. You know, year one, it was 24% saving. 2021 was a 34% saving, and year to date on 2022 is a 42% saving. The direct saving comes from our labor cost, which we've improved by 12%, 38% on fixed cost, and running costs up to 50%. What's our strategy when it comes to PBS? Vehicle is paid up front with the maintenance plan in place. The cost-saving PBS routes allows the initial investment to be paid up within the first 3 years, and then the remaining 7 years till the replacement plan of the vehicle comes into effect, just significantly allows us to profit off that on the efficiency and the utilization of that vehicle. Just want to leave you with a quote. It's often said that things are hard to do or implement or change to happen, but the great Nelson Mandela said, it always seems impossible until it's done, and it's so true to it. As we continue to work toward better and safer roads, we know that everything is possible. Thank you.
Clearly, Coca-Cola makes everything possible. Thank you, Bradley. This is a great presentation. And yeah, I agree with what Kathy is saying, giving lots of insight in the industry and what you guys are doing. Thank you so much for a great presentation. Ladies and gents, we're going to look at our program again. Our next presenter then is Kathy Bell. She's a specialist transport risk at Standard Bank South Africa, and she's going to talk about RTMS, driving smart risk management. Thank you, Kathy.
Good morning, Harry. How amazing is the program? And we've had 7 presenters so far, and there's a consistent theme coming through of doing the right thing, driving standards, best practice. So I think young Steve gave me a bit of a challenge by saying that he's got the record for the shortest, briefest presentation. So dear Mr. Cornelius, I think I will be beating that by simply saying everything that was said today is certainly embraced and adopted and celebrated by Standard Bank. So as a group, we're obviously very involved in the transport industry, providing financing solutions to the bus industry, to the trucking industry. And essentially since 2012, we have promoted best practice, and we have absolutely adopted the processes that requires that operators can demonstrate their ability to comply with the industry standards. But it's also the bigger legislative framework. So I think the short version is that by engaging with an operator, we'd love, when we sit across the desk from an operator, we don't want to just have the financial conversation, because the financial conversation is actually a compilation of what is operationally done with in an excellent manner. What we want to do is have the conversation around RTMS. You know, how are you managing the drivers? How in terms of reducing crashes. It also aligns to our ESG strategy. We would like to see that there's a great focus on preventing any kind of crashes, environmental risk in terms of spillages, not just from the diesel, but also some of the content, because there are also tankers that are transporting dangerous goods by road. But we'd like to have the conversation around how is your business operating? You know, when have you had your RTMS certification? You know, when is your surveillance audit taking place? And it's also interesting to see that we've had the first debut by another certification body, which was obviously Nikki Scott with Zolabix. So it's showing you the demand. It's showing you that the industry is determined. The industry is focused on best practice and trying to adopt all the requirements around the standard. In the banking industry, we're also obviously highly regulated, and obviously there's a different process, but we have what we call a code of banking practice, which is a self-regulation method which the bank has adopted to ensure that all the staff members that works in the organization understands what our obligations are, and from a legal point of view, and also from the way that we conduct ourselves. So we see RTMS as the code of transport practice, and it should be the minimum standard, and quite rightly so. We don't want to see, as Dr. Paul had mentioned, that it becomes compulsory in terms of the bigger picture. We'd like to see that it's incorporated in contracts, in terms and conditions. So when a consignor goes out into the market and solicits service providers to transport their goods, we'd like to see that RTMS is incorporated in the standard, so that it's the minimum requirement for safer trucks, safer drivers, safer loads, and safer roads. So I think the short version for us is that we embrace RTMS, and we're privileged and honored to be a partner again in this particular workshop. There's many more planned also for next year. We were doing a hybrid one, which is in person and also online, so it can give more operators and the industry chance to actually join in the workshop. But yeah, I'd like to thank everybody, Paul, Nikki, Carly, Abdullah, Steve, Oliver, Bradley. What amazing presentations. I think it is so exciting. And again, it serves the purpose of driving self-regulation with the objective of having safer operations, safer roads. We saw the horrific crash that took place. I don't know the details behind that, but it's highly unlikely that that was a compliant operator. I don't know around the, where the load sensing valves is disconnected and what the braking system was. But we're also excited to see that Patrick O'Leary with his brake and tire watch will be operational again next year. That'll also provide a set of skills to traffic officials to actually hone their skills to do proper and structured and quality inspections on trucks that are on the road. And again, thank you to everybody that's joined. We're very excited to be part of the process, part of the program. Looking forward to more. And Harry, also for your involvement and support. And RTMS Steerco team, great job. And also we've got another board member, Mavis, that's joined us. So we're really bolstering the team, bolstering the skills. And thank you to each and every person. Everything you said about best practice, we support. Thank you, Harry. Thank you, Harry.
Thank you, Kathy. Great presentation. Thanks a lot. Right, ladies and gents, our next presenter is then Mr. Lau Rickert. He's the Group SHERQ Manager for Dorado Logistics. He's going to talk about the RTMS case study in the mining industry. Thank you, Lau.
Yeah, Harry, is that better?
We can hear you. Thanks, Lau.
Yeah, okay, all right. Yeah, again, sorry for that. Thank you for the opportunity. What I'm going to deal with is just shortly what the Dorado Group's all about, our operational footprint, our safety stats, and then people that have already attended or watched the previous one, my world famous Boerewors method, the implementation plan that we had, the results, why use the RTMS, and then the last thought, Q-Vadis, and then questions later on. Currently, we're operating 165 vehicles. We had 10 PBS units. We implemented another 19, and currently we're standing at 29 PBS units. Year on year, we have increased our fleet by 139%. With that, we're also running with about 400 subcontractors that assists us with the mining work. And that was our...
Hello, can you still hear us?
Yeah, Harry, sorry for that. Thank you, ISCOM. We're out in the sticks, and that's what happens. Let me just. I'm not going to say anything further. I'm not going to say anything further about that. Yeah, so we're running with 400 subcontractors, and all subcontractors are subject to the SHEC standard, and we're assisting them to move towards, to move towards the RTMS standard in the operations. The Doraro Group, there's a couple of sister companies in the group. We've got the Doraro Logistics and Lugita Logistics that covers the transportation of the product. We've got SLT, that's the diesel and commodity side, and then we've got a company that we're busy with the development of electric vehicles, EV Green. Okay, so we operate nationally. We operate mainly in the mining sector, transporting bulk commodities. We've got PBS units operating in Gauteng, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and KZN. And whatever we do, we try to do it safely, efficiently, in a sustainable way, with the least possible harm to lives and the environment. Even though the fleet has increased with 139% year on year, we've had a reduction in incidents. For the whole of 21, we had 69 incidents, and this year we're standing on 82 incidents. But I just want to throw this number out, 173. That's the magic number that we will get back to later on. Now, the Boerewors method, as I've explained previously, any problem with any implementation, I treat as a piece of Boerewors where you have a beginning and the end. You cannot jump into the middle, and you have to start at the beginning and work through to the end. We analyzed our problems and we determined what the main drivers for our accidents and incidents were. We formulated a plan that could be implemented, and we successfully executed this within the requirements of the RTMS system. For this, we had the unconditional support of our board of directors, which it required all the management, all the drivers, and everybody to get on board with the implementation of the system. What we decided to do is we implemented a 24/7 surveillance control room that monitors the driver's behavior on the road. That is the speed, distracted driving, seat belts, and then mandatory rest stops. We did proper route planning where the mandatory rest stops was geofenced. And as soon as the driver approaches the mandatory rest stop, he stops. We had our driver trainers go out for en route training and surveillance of the driver trainers on the routes. We also introduced a mandatory defensive driving training for all drivers. New drivers had to undergo the training before they were employed. We paid for it, and then all the existing drivers had to undergo this mandatory defensive driving. Then we did daily awareness messages and toolbox talks on WhatsApp groups that all the drivers receive, and then fatigue management, which was one of the main drivers of accidents, where we daily checked the driving hours and the rest periods of the drivers to make sure that they get enough rest. So now we get to the magic number, that 173 days, that's close on 5 months since we had our last major accident with a value, we classified our major accidents as a value above 150,000 rand. So our last major recordable accident or incident was reported on the 2nd of May. The fleet is currently recording about 3.1 million kilometers a month. So our major accident-free ratio today is standing at 15,000. You know, touch wood, I don't want to jinx myself, but we are pushing to keep that record. That is filtered down to the drivers, and all incidents are treated as a major incident, and no matter what the value of the incident is, and a proper investigation is done, and then we do the necessary corrective actions on what we find in the root cause analysis. So the current system is based on the fundamentals of the RTMS system. We've also implemented elements of the SQAS requirements into the system, and it works for us. Using each requirement and defining your needs, the required result will follow, and you will achieve the results that you aim for. A lot of people ask why use the RTMS. It's very simple. It works. If you follow the basics, the results will follow. So now we have to ask the question, Q Vadis, where are we going? Or phonetically, whither goes thou? But let's have a look at why I'm asking this question. And I'm sure a lot of people have seen this video. That was on the N2, where the children were, yeah, that was a terrible one. This was also on the R34, when all the vehicles were relayed to that area. So I've spoken to a lady in the area that keeps record of the accidents there, and from the 16th of September to the 5th of October 2022, we had 34 incidents or accidents in 20 days, which is really not a good number. Fortunately, none of our vehicles were involved in those incidents or accidents. And then the questions that we need to ask: mandatory training and evaluation. Do we need to implement that? Minimum standards for experience of drivers, the improvement of recruitment processes, and the shared responsibility of accountability between the transporter, consignor, and consignee, as what Kathy has spoken about. Those are the things that we need to ask ourselves as an industry. Where are we going, and what can we do to contribute to safer roads and to improve the safety of other people around us on the roads that we're using. Harry, that's it. That's it for me. They're short and sweet. And thank you so much for the opportunity again.
Thank you, Lal. I think it was short and powerful. Thank you very much for very well supported presentation, and we appreciate you sharing the important work that you guys are doing. I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Harry. Really appreciate it.
Ladies and gents, right, so now we're going to do another RTMS case study, and this is Al Bakwe Moseta and Shang Hariri from VDS and One Logics, and they're going to talk to us about their case study. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Harry, and all the guests that have spoken so wonderful. And I hope we're going to do our best. And it is always a great, it excites us to be part of these workshops because we learn and we improve where we need to improve. We've been in the journey for some time. And we also want to share our experience as One Logics. And I must say, I just want to quote something that I read recently, as I think it was Oliver that was being interviewed in one of the articles, where he said the situation of our road safety in South Africa is actually a crisis that one cannot ignore. And I always say it needs to start with someone. We need to start, when you tell yourself it will have to start with me. And as One Logics, we took the initiative to say, what, for us to contribute in our road safety in South Africa, we will have to start somewhere. And that's what we are basically doing as a company, to make sure that when our drivers, our trucks are on the road, are safe. And a gentleman, also one of the guests, spoke earlier on from Coca-Cola. I think he said, it always looks impossible until it is done. So I remember some years back, about just before 10 years, I think more than 10 years ago, when we started with RTMS, when I looked at what we were expected to do, it looked so impossible. But, right now, where we are sitting now, we are excited with the results and the journey. When we look back, we are so excited to what we have achieved so far. So we just want to share our presentation. Sheng, you want to say anything?
Hi, everybody. Just from my side, thank you for the opportunity for us attending this road transport workshop, where we are able to showcase our journey with RTMS. And I think, Bakwe, if you'd like to take us further into the presentation, and then we'll kickstart and give you an overview of what our journey has been throughout this time. Thanks, Bakwe.
Thanks, Sheng. Just let me know if you can see my slide, Harry.
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm just gonna take us through our content for today. What we're going to be discussing today in our presentation, it will be the introduction of the One Logics vehicle delivery services and an overview on the RTMS journey, driver wellness, safety, performance, and route, and the achievements. I think the most important thing that excites me more in this content that we'll be discussing today is the achievements that we want to share with everybody today. And definitely we'll then close and take some few questions where needed. So just briefly, I'm going to play a video that talks more about who is One Logics VDS, what do we do, and most of you are in your offices there. Before you got to that office, you drove a car, and we are actually in a better state to say we at some stage were part of the people that drove that vehicle to get to the dealership so that you can buy it.
Bakwe, unfortunately, the video is not showing.
Is the video not showing?
No, we only see one slide here of the, the carrier.
Okay, let me just
maybe if you can
let me
slide,
reshare.
I don't know what app you're using.
Okay, let me just reshare.
You're sharing a screen that I'm not familiar with. Seems like it's not your PowerPoint screen you're sharing.
Check here quickly. This technology sometimes. Okay, let me check here. Is it the one?
Right now, just slide view. at the top, you can go to slideshow and select from the beginning.
Can you see now?
You can, but you just need to go to slide view. There we go.
Supply chain challenging without the right support, but with one logics as I'm very prefer people listening to around 100,000 Africa.
We can't hear the audio. I need to show you how to share with audio. You can stop share.
Now, let us start talking about your vehicle processing and repair factors.
Okay, I've stopped your sharing now, okay? Click on share screen again, and I just want to show you something quickly. Click on the green share screen.
Okay.
Then you'll see that at the bottom of that dialog box, there's compute share cell.
Yeah, I've got it.
Yeah, and let's
there
try
we go.
again.
Let's start it from scratch again. Yeah.
Sorry about that, Terry.
For your vehicles for processing, inspections, and value-added fitments.
Thank you so much, Harry. We're still learning these things, eh? So basically, we've got 250 vehicles and comprising of standard and PBS fleet. And with the car carrier configuration, we've got about the 6 car carrier, the 9 car carrier, and the 11 car carriers. And including, we recently bought some few tough car carriers. And we've got a driver complement of 320. Every trip that we do per annum are 57,000, and the kilometers we do about 38 million per annum. So these are some of the routes that we do. They've been distributed from Joburg to Harare to Lusaka, DRC. I always share the story that I was once a truck driver, and I understand the details on and some hardship that the drivers experience on route. I've done as far as the DRC. From Johannesburg to the DRC, and I know how it is to spend about a month on the road. And that is why sometimes I can relate better to the drivers and some of the challenges that they experience on the road. Sheng will take us through the RTMS journey currently.
Okay, so for the RTMS journey, this is just a couple of images that showing you the landscape of our drivers and how they traverse through the roads of our beautiful country. So yeah, it's quite a significant landscape, and I think our drivers are quite privileged in order to see the country itself and also travel the various roads. And they are our cornerstone of, or our ambassadors, in order to give us the information that we need, and also in order to try and better our organization from a safety road perspective. So if I take you to the next slide. So basically what happened with RTMS and the implementation process, we had a voluntary pre-assessment in 2010. And I think along the lines with regards to trying to streamline our inefficiencies and trying to change our systems and processes, we had to review them and also make sure that it did not have a negative impact on the business. And so I think by introducing the system, we got the commitment from management side in order to make sure that we had to comply towards what the standard requirements were. This was also a challenge for us initially in the beginning, but I think as time passed, we made sure that the various key elements that were part of the RTMS process were introduced. And I think in order to change the culture or the working culture of the mindset of the drivers as well as the operational staff, this presented a challenge, but I think along the way, it actually presented a positive success from it. Just go back, folks. I think just on the, and then we also had the internal performance assessment in order to identify non-conformances. And this also allowed us in order to streamline and correct and put the necessary control measures in place in order to address any conformances that we identified, which were of a critical nature. And hence we made the positive changes. Also, we had the external performance assessment towards the end of 2011. This was around December, not a very good time, as this would be during the peak season period. And also we achieved certification around 2012 in February. Hence, we also had some challenges that we experienced, and we had to ensure that we had to correct and put the necessary control measures in place. Just on the challenges that we experienced from RTMS pre-RTMS certification system, we had the challenges of permits, whereby we had the challenges faced with the law enforcement officers based on the conditions of the permits, where we were fined for certain TRH 11 requirements, of which we had to keep on having a fight with the law enforcement officers, but also to make them also understand. So we were exempted from certain conditions, but also from a national abnormal permit application process, we had to venture onto the provincial permit application process. And this presented a challenge for us, being that each province had their own rulings about how they would make sure that legislation is applied with regards to a permit application process. Also, we also had driver behavior challenges, where we had to change the mindset of the driver, where behaviors, for instance, like speeding, and also in the instance of accidents, where they had to be reduced as well. So you had to have a real input, and the approach was important in order to change the mindset of our drivers, in order to introduce RTMS and make them understand what the purpose of RTMS was. Also, breakdowns is one of our other areas of concern with regards to exceeding services at the prescribed OEM intervals, hence the reason being that we traversed cross-border, and this presented a challenge for us in order to bring the vehicles back into the service OEM spec requirements. This also gave us a challenge around the accuracy of maintenance records, of whereby we had to ensure that our maintenance records was of an accurate nature. We built a system in order to make sure that it's electronically managed. And this also had an impact on our maintenance costs. So from that perspective, we ensured that we had to align and streamline all the inefficiencies of what had to be done at the time. Just basically in partnering with our current systems and processes that were in place, we looked at innovation and made sure that from a transportation perspective, that innovation played a major role and also contributed towards improving our systems and processes. Just to take you back into PBS requirements, our fleet comprises of 250 fleet, as Ubakwe previously mentioned. Our PBS representation is currently 26% of our fleet, and we're currently rolling out our fleet in order to make sure that we comply to change and comply towards the roadmap changes that are in effect as of 2013. If you can see the images that are presented in front of you, so there were a couple of challenges from ensuring that our PBS fleet had to be diversified. The carrier had to go through a redesign of modification in order to avoid a issue with regards to turning in urban areas and narrow streets, and hence the trailer swings that we currently had caused a lot of incidents. And this process was re-engineered, and currently we have avoided these incidents to such a degree, and the significant change in our incidents has also drastically reduced. Just from the PBS perspective, this also presented a challenge. As you all know, that the OEM vehicles are always increasing in size, yet carriers are not increasing in size. I think from a permit compliance perspective, we have had to make sure that we still load within the legal parameters. So our carriers are not so much of a length issue as to what other PBS operators are out there. I think from what we have in present, our carriers were still currently at 22 meters, but we've been extended to 23 meters with the projection that we've had a lot. And I think with dimensions being measured, we have our control measures in place at our various depots, and also our drivers have been trained in order to measure the loads correctly so that we comply and don't create any incidents within the countries that they traverse on. Also, from innovation perspective, we have introduced the scanner. The scanner has been brought in order to diversify our process with regards to the conventional method of also reducing the usage of paper, but also as a communication medium in order to address certain issues, whereby we have brought this in as a communication medium, ensuring that it's a live portal whereby it's live information in order to ensure that the driver app is utilized effectively. And also it minimizes the delay and downtime with regards to documentation not being available. Also, as part of the program and innovation process going forward, we have visually and also looked at it in order to incorporate the pre-trip inspection as a digital platform, as well as our control measures and checks. And also from a workshop control perspective with regards to maintenance scheduling, to actually monitor and control and have on-time service delivery. So this is an ongoing process and has been innovative along the way. And this has also positively contributed on a good note towards the organization. Just as an onboard fleet management system, we have introduced and partnered with Michelin Connected Fleet, and this is a pilot project of which is currently being rolled out and being tested, and it has proven to show some positive outcomes and results with regards to risk mitigation. So year forth, a video of what is currently taking place with regards to Michelin.
Introducing your safety solution for your transport business. The Michelin Connected Fleet Onboard Instructor. Designed from the ground up, it allows your drivers to set their journey with confidence.
Attention, fasten your seatbelt and put off your cell phone.
Knowing that their Michelin Connected Fleet Onboard Instructor is there to help them every step of the way.
Attention, industrial zone. Speed limit of 5 kilometers per hour.
The onboard instructor warns your drivers about potential hazards. Road safety.
Attention, overtaking is forbidden in the next stretch. Speed limit of 30 kilometers per hour.
Hazardous areas.
Attention, intersection road. Speed limit of 5 kilometers per hour.
And to keep your drivers, their vehicles.
Attention, heavy car flow ahead. Speed limit of 5 kilometers per hour.
And your cargo safe.
Attention, speed bump ahead. Speed limit of 10 kilometers per hour.
All occurrences are logged in real time and can be monitored by the fleet controller. The onboard instructor's voice commands can be customized as per client requirements.
Attention, dangerous curve. Speed limit of 10 kilometers per hour.
You and your drivers can feel confident in knowing the onboard instructor.
Attention, industrial zone. Speed limit of 5 kilometers per hour.
Will get your drivers and your cargo to their destination on time. And more importantly, safely. Once their journey is done, the user simply ends their session and logs out. The Michelin Connected Fleet Onboard Instructor is ready. Are you?
Okay, so we've implemented this, and it is the next level towards road safety. I'm going to hand over back to Abakwe, and he will take us through the driver wellness and the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Sheng. And I think we did indicate that driver wellness is one of the important programs that one as a company that we need to run, and we need to make sure that before we dispatch our drivers on the roads, they are safe to operate the vehicles. I think Steve earlier on from the insurer background, and also Curtis did indicate that, you know, what is so important that we make sure that our drivers are fit to operate on the road. And these are some of the programs that we have within One Logics VDS. So we need to make sure that our drivers are fit to be on the road. We used to have a big challenge in the beginning whereby, drivers they've got quite a lot of sicknesses. And then if you don't have any processes or tools to monitor them before you place them on a truck, you'll have quite a lot of challenges. Some of the increase or the cause of such increase of accidents in our South African road is because of the fitness or the health conditions of our drivers on the road. We know they don't have a proper place where they eat proper food that will contribute to a good health. On the truck stops, we know the drivers, especially from the drivers that I'm speaking from experience, you'll just want to eat pop and flakes and chips. So there's quite a lot of things that are unhealthy that we eat out there. But we have a program where we take our drivers for medical checks annually. And then if there's any condition, we need to put certain things in place so that we can monitor those conditions. So these are some of the key performance areas measured. We check our diesel consumption. I think diesel consumption is one of the highest expense in a transport company. So we monitor it, the damages. We work with new vehicles. We're transporting cars. We need to make sure that we handle those vehicles according to the client's requirement. The traffic violation in view of the implementation of RTO. I think Oliver will update us later. Where are we with RTO? Risk in driving behavior, drive cab. So these are some of the training initiatives that we have. We've got a certified training center in Pomona. We are still improving. We started a division recently in One Logics that will focus mainly on training, learnerships and all. So we are putting quite a lot of systems in place with improving our training. We've got also, I think the last workshop I did discuss about the online training due to us moving from COVID. I think COVID, most of us, we can agree, COVID taught us a lot of things. We can even have a meeting online like this without going and driving and getting stuck on traffic. So also training was quite a challenge. I think Oliver did indicate in his presentation that you go to certain companies, there's no record if your driver was trained or anything. So we implemented an online training where a driver can, this is limited only to a theoretical training. There's still a practical assessment that is being done, but at least we are able to release some time from our driver trainers so that they can focus on major issues that we are having within the company. So with the theoretical part is being covered online. So this is just some of the video clips. I'm going to play just 2 video clips that we currently have. We've got drive cam systems placed in our trucks where we can monitor some behaviors. If you can just look at this clip, you can see a heavy duty vehicle coming from the opposite direction. We don't know if this driver was sleeping. He went directly in front of our drivers, So you can see how well awake our driver was, and he was able to avoid this accident. This could have been resulted in a very bad accident. And such drivers, you recognize them as the company to say they are doing well, and so that they can improve even going forward. This is one of the incidents that took place in Devon, not far from Oliver. So you can see the traffic light is open for our driver, but a small vehicle and an ambulance actually had to pass the red robot. But our driver again managed to avoid this incident in good time. Some of the things that we are monitoring, especially from the RTMS, is driving hours, the off days and rest periods, risky driving behavior, the breakdowns, the anti-hijack response unit. Especially in Gauteng, we used to have quite a lot of hijackings, but currently with the system that we've placed in place, we are able to reduce that. I'm just gonna skip this slide. Some of the achievements that we are actually excited about is what you can see here. I think most of the companies did show the benefit of having RTMS. If you can see, as we said, as Sheng indicated, that we were RTMS certified in 2012. And I think if I were to show the stats prior to RTMS certification, it would have been something else. But we took from 2016, you can see in 2016, we had about 33 million kilometers here, and then 125 accidents compared on the kilometers that we traveled. but now currently with almost actually more than the kilometers that we did in 2016, we are actually way better, way better compared to where we were in 2016. And then all this is because of what we have implemented with the guidelines of RTMS. And we are excited about this result, and we are still driving. We want to see ourselves in a 0% accident ratio. This is another figure that explains it well, where we come from 2016, where we are right now. The green one, it's where we are currently, and looking at the red one, where we were in 2016. So with this, it's actually good results that we want to see and want to maintain and actually reduce it to be to reflect better results. Speed, most of us, we spoke as the heavy duty vehicles operators, we spoke about speed, so one of the main causes of accident in our South African roads. And then we are excited also to report that this is where we are standing from about 9.6% of our speed, where it used to be in 2018, 2019, and where we are in the new financial year, which is around 3.9. Yes, we are still having challenges, as Oliver indicated, but with them coming through and audit us, they give us some more information, and we try new initiatives. And with the results so far, the graph are going the right direction, and we will keep on getting better and better. These are the results in summary of what we have achieved. And that's all from our side. Actually, I just want to close with a video clip that of contributing to our to our South African road safety, where we some years ago, I think about 3 years ago, we joined with Shell and ran an awareness with our South African safety in our roads. So this is just a clip, then I'll be done. Thank you so much.
Stay Alert, Stay Alive presents Road Safety. While the country sleeps, truck drivers across South Africa drive tirelessly to deliver the goods that keep the economy running. Those back home have come to trust that their loved ones will make it back home safely by driving safely and resting when necessary. To the hard-working truckers who drive tirelessly whilst we sleep, we say relax, take a break, stay alert and safe out on the road. We've got your backs. This road safety initiative was made possible by Shell Remula.
Thank you so much, Harry. That is all from my side. And Cheng, thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, Bakwe and Chang. That was seriously impressive, and clearly your achievements was, they were well deserved. So, it's humbling to listening to you guys and what you're doing. Thank you very much for sharing with us. We really appreciate that. Hopefully, you're available for questions and answers. Right, ladies and gents, our next presenter then is Dr. Paul Norgensen again, and he's the Director of the Heavy Vehicle Transport Technology Africa. He's going to talk about performance-based standards, approach to heavy vehicle design, and South African Namibian pilot project. Thank you, Dr. Paul.
Okay, thanks, Harry. I hope you found these presentations as encouraging as I have. Some of them I've heard before, they're slightly different. There's always some new information being added, but I just find it so encouraging to see what companies are doing to try and improve safety and efficiency. Harry, can you see my screen now?
Perfect, you can proceed. Thanks, Dr. Paul.
Okay. It just reminds me, one of the keynote speakers at the conference last week from the University of Stellenbosch Business School spoke about being cautiously optimistic. He gave an overview of the situation in South Africa, and a lot of us find ourselves getting very demotivated when we talk about load shedding and Eskom, and we talk about Transnet not delivering on freight, and in Gauteng, shortages of water, and it's very easy to get very pessimistic. But he gave a very good presentation about being cautiously optimistic. And I think what we're trying to do in the RTMS is, okay, we accept all these challenges and difficulties in the country, but where we are now, it's so important that we make an effort to improve things. Wherever we happen to be, whether you're working for a transport company or you're doing training or whatever type of work you're doing, I think it's important to be optimistic and positive. Otherwise, I don't think there's a future if everyone just throws in the towel. Anyway, that's just a bit of insight from the conference last week. I'm going to talk about the Smart Truck project in South Africa, pilot project that's been running for quite a while now. I realize that our time is short, so I'm going to go through it reasonably quickly. So I'll just talk about the approach to the PBS approach to vehicle design. I know a lot of you are familiar with it, but I assume that some of you are not. And with this PBS approach, it's very important to understand the background to this approach. And then I'll just talk about the pilot project in South Africa and in fact now Namibia, and also some of the monitoring results. I showed this slide earlier where I indicated the benefits of the RTMS approach on the 3 key elements. And PBS, as you'll see, is mainly focused on vehicle design. So it's an innovative approach to improving transport productivity, safety, protecting the road infrastructure, but the approach is fundamentally looking at the vehicle design. It's also, as I mentioned earlier, part of one of the recommendations of the National Overload Control Strategy. And this pilot project we implemented from the Overload Control Strategy in 2004. We established a committee. At that point, only 3 countries, Australia, Canada, and New Zealand, had implemented this PBS approach for heavy vehicles. And the aim of the pilot project, as you see there, is to see the impact of this approach in reducing road wear, reducing vehicle trips, improving safety performance, improving transport productivity, reducing emissions, and reducing cross-border delays, which came up at that conference that I was at a few weeks ago. If you look at it from a road authority point of view, the PBS project has got significant potential benefits in terms of road wear, safety, congestion, emissions, cross-border. The only one that's really primarily to the benefit of the operator and the consignor is improved transport productivity. But ultimately, that's also of interest to the government, because improving transport productivity has a positive effect on the economy, which in turn will address things like unemployment and the general economy, etc. Our global competitiveness is essential. A lot of the stuff that we export moves long distances by road. So just getting back to the philosophy of the PBS approach, all countries use prescriptive legislation to limit and to control the operation of vehicles on the road network. And the idea of the prescriptive legislation is to ensure that vehicles are safe on the road and that they don't cause undue damage to the infrastructure. However, the research, and this was done primarily at the University of Michigan in the United States, shows that with heavy vehicles, a lot of heavy vehicles, despite complying with the legislation, are not safe. And one of the questions that we had in the chat was about rollovers and jackknifing of trucks and going down hills. Well, trucks, because of their high center of gravity of the payload, a lot of them are not dynamically stable, so they're prone to rolling over. And then in terms of the infrastructure, the big shortcoming of our regulations is that we allow 8 tons on an axle with single tires, and that causes a lot more road damage than an axle with dual tires at 9 tons. So with the PBS vehicles, you'll find that they are predominantly All the PBS vehicles have dual tires fitted to the truck and the trailers. And as a result, you find there's a significant reduction in road wear or road damage. Just to show you, this is whoops, let's just see if I can get this to play. This is down in Cape Town. If you watch the oncoming traffic, you'll see a truck probably going too fast, but that's a single vehicle crash rolling over. And a lot of it is to do with the dynamic stability of the vehicle. It could be the suspension, the height of the payload, etc. This is a single truck. Trucks are just prone to rollover, and this driver was very fortunate. Sorry, let's just see. Sorry, that's gone a bit pear-shaped, but he manages to right the vehicle. This was some research being done, that was done at the University of Michigan, which was really the university where these performance standards were developed. And this is a trial to measure dynamics. Speed, going on a constant radius curve, and then measuring the lateral acceleration. So what I'm trying to say is that a lot of research has been done to form the basis of this performance-based approach, performance-based standards approach. So the prescriptive regulations that we use really define what the vehicle looks like. It does constrain productivity and innovation, whereas the PBS approach looks at on-road performance. So you basically simulate the vehicle doing certain maneuvers, you measure the response to those maneuvers, and they must be within certain acceptable limits. And I'll show you a couple of examples. It does allow heavier or larger vehicles on certain parts of the network that are approved by the road authorities under permit. So, and those are called high capacity vehicles. So quite a lot, often people mix up PBS with high capacity vehicles. PBS is the design approach. High capacity vehicles are vehicles that are allowed a higher payload or increased volume of payload in terms of length. But they must, in our pilot project, those high capacity vehicles must comply with the performance standards. We decided to use the National Heavy Vehicle Regulators performance-based standard scheme in Australia. They had done a huge amount of research and developed this, which was then incorporated into legislation in 2008. We developed a PBS strategy in 2007, and there's a smart truck rules document which explains how an operator gets involved in the project. We're currently reviewing a new version 34, probably be released in the next month or two. So every now and then, when we have certain challenges with the project, we work on updating the rules document. So essentially, it involves some maneuvers, as I mentioned, some low-speed maneuvers and high-speed maneuvers. And when the vehicle goes through those maneuvers, you measure certain parameters, which are on the right-hand side column. And those are performance standards. They're not cast in concrete. These have been developed. In the Australian case, there are 20 performance standards. Canada might have 15 performance standards. New Zealand might have 18 performance standards. So there's not a golden number of performance standards, but you want to have as few performance standards as possible, but sufficient that ensure that the vehicle is safe on the road, it doesn't cause undue damage, etc. It's just a different approach to regulating trucks on the road. And of course, there are certain prescriptive regulations which will stay in place. So in our case, we still limit the vehicles to 24 tons on a tridem, to 18 tons on a tandem, and to 9 tons on a single axle. So we don't allow higher axle loads. This is another video, I hope it plays okay, of five trucks showing low-speed swept path or off-tracking. That's the first one is a standard truck tractor semi-trailer, and you can see there's a certain amount of off-tracking as the vehicle starts to encroach on the opposite lane. The second one is also a standard prescriptive vehicle in Australia, 19 meters, and it cuts into the lane more. Now, the third one is a PBS vehicle. It's 20 meters long, and it's been designed to have a maximum swept path. And you can see when it does that 90-degree turn, it's a lot better. This fourth one is a 25-meter prescriptive vehicle. It's got very poor turning performance. You can see it cuts quite significantly into the opposing lane. That's 25 meters. And then the last one is an A-double. It's 26 meters, again in Australia. And it's been designed, and there are certain tricks to get the vehicle to perform better in terms of low-speed performance. The challenge with the PBS approach is that, generally speaking, the high-speed performance standards are in tension with the low-speed performance. So if you've got poor low-speed performance, you will make some design changes, but that will have a negative effect on your high-speed performance. So you've got to find that sort of happy medium, so that for a PBS vehicle to be approved, it's got to pass all the performance standards. And there you can see the performance standard in this case is the maximum width of swept path. It's not the length of the vehicle, it's how much space does the vehicle take when it goes around a corner. And then this is a high-speed performance standard, it's a lane change maneuver. In fact, next week, next week we're going to be doing some field tests at Gerotech, and one of them is going to be this single lane change maneuver on the high-speed track. And we're going to measure with the University of Pretoria a number of, with accelerometers and other stuff, to see it's basically to do with validating the computer simulations. But here you can see on the left-hand side is a baseline vehicle that's a legal vehicle in forestry, the first PBS vehicle, and it failed this high-speed transient off-tracking. There's a high-speed lane change, and you measure the response of the trailer, and it's got to be within a certain limit. The one on the right is a PBS vehicle. It's 27 meters long. It's got a combination mass of 67.5 tons. And you can see it's a lot more stable when it does that maneuver. And that is related to the hitch position, the suspension, the tire sizes. It's the center of gravity of the payload. So there's a lot of, not the actual design of the trailer chassis. We're talking about certain parameters, key parameters on the combination that can greatly affect the performance of the truck when on the road. And that's really the whole objective of PBS. And this one is a rollover threshold measurements. This is, you saw that fire truck rolled over. So here you've got a constant radius curve. You accelerate the vehicle and you start to get a lateral or sideways acceleration, and eventually the truck or the trailer will roll over. In this case, the baseline vehicle is the blue one, and the red one is the PBS vehicle, which in this case was a 30-meter, sort of 82-ton combination for SA breweries. And the baseline vehicle rolled over far too soon. It failed this performance standard. You need a minimum of 0.35 G lateral acceleration before the truck rolls over. So that baseline vehicle rolled over at 0.27 G, whereas the PBS vehicle passes, so it would be 0.35 or 0.36 G. And this is a shortcoming of trucks around the world, this rollover threshold. Right. There are also infrastructure performance standards. And in the pilot project in South Africa, we used South African bridge and road design codes. We didn't use the Australian approach. And this graph shows road damage characteristics of baseline vehicles. So the blue diamonds are standard legal vehicles, and the red blocks are the PBS vehicles. These are all in mining. It includes the Unitrans road train, by the way. So even a big road train, because of its wheels and the way it's designed, it can do a limited, very low, let's call it road damage per ton of payload. Whereas you can see some of the baseline vehicles are very, what we call unroad friendly, causing a lot of damage for a relatively, for their per ton of payload. And then for bridges, we look at a range of bridge spans, single span, 2-span continuous, 3-span continuous bridges, and look at actual bending moments and shear forces compared with the reference load. And that's quite a technical assessment that's done by the CSIR. So what we're really trying to do with all the constraints of increased trucks on the road and the safety problems, we're trying to optimize what we call the heavy vehicle performance envelope, but not go beyond it. So we want to have optimized the road network that we've got because of all the challenges, but we want to make sure we stay within acceptable safety infrastructure and environmental limitations. So as I was saying earlier, PBS is just a tool to ensure that the vehicle is performs safely on the road at low and high speed. And it does allow for high capacity vehicles. And you end up with lower fuel consumption, reduced emissions, fewer trucks on the road. The other pillar or requirement, as a number of people have mentioned in the workshop today, is the RTMS certification. We need to be sure that these high capacity vehicles are operated by professional and compliant operators, that the vehicles are well maintained and the drivers are competent. That is absolutely essential. And when we started with the pilot project, there was a unanimous decision, both by the transport operators and the road authorities, that we need some sort of professional accreditation as a prerequisite to operate these larger vehicles. And it's definitely working very well. A number of other countries are now looking at PBS as a way of addressing road safety. You can see the one project extending policies to extend the life of road assets, high capacity transport towards efficient, safe, and sustainable road freight. So internationally, there's a lot of work being done. There was a seminar in Argentina about 3 weeks ago that I participated in, and Uruguay, for example, have adopted their legislation to make provision for PBS vehicles. Argentina are busy, Brazil are busy, Finland and Sweden have already made changes. So it's not just sort of a very small number of countries now. There's a lot of countries that are looking at using PBS as a way of addressing some of the challenges on the road network. Okay, just in terms of the pilot project in South Africa, this is a bit old. It's end of 2020. There were 462 PBS vehicles operating with 242 million kilometers that have been monitored. The most common commodities are timber, mining, and then coal we measure separately, and then fuel. Carly showed the Unitrans fuel PBS vehicle. Currently, there are probably more than 800 PBS vehicles on the road, a lot of big increase in mining. And I think the kilometers traveled now is probably approaching 400 million. So we've got very good data that we're able to compare baseline vehicles with PBS vehicles and some of the savings. Just to show you some photographs, the top two are timber vehicles. The left one is 22 meters. It's not over length. The right one is over length. The bottom two are side tippers used in the mining sector. They're both 22 meters long. What's notable is they've all got dual tires. So these mining side tippers typically cause about 40 to 50% less road wear per ton of payload. So the typical standard payload for a traditional vehicle, side tipper, is about 34 to 35 tons, whereas the PBS side tippers have got a payload ranging from 48 to 50 tons, which is a 40 to 45% increase in payload. So you can imagine, in terms of the improved efficiency. A colleague of mine, Krista Sachs, who's now at the University of Cambridge, still working on sustainable road freight transport, him and a few colleagues did a paper at the SA Transport Conference last year for looking at coal being moved for Eskom to the power stations in Mpumalanga. And without going into too much detail, they measured reduction in costs, reductions in CO2 emissions, and then you can see the truck trips, a reduction in over 300,000 trips per year could be taken off the network in Mpumalanga if these PBS side tippers were used. And of course, they are safer by design. These are some of the other PBS vehicles. Coca-Cola is going to be giving a presentation. There's a bus in Mbombela, and you can see the statistics there that I got fairly recently, well, up to probably August 22. The crashes per million for the biarticulated buses is 5. For the bus trains, it's 9, and for the solo buses, it's 9.5. So the biarticulated buses, which are the PBS buses, are a little bit more than 50% crash rate compared with the bus trains and the solo buses. Namibia have started a PBS project. In fact, the second one is likely to start operating on the 1st of November. This is the first one operated by Unitrans Africa. And the launch was last year in November, which I was able to attend. It's a salt combination, about 91 tons, operating from the Walvis Bay salt mines to the port. And the mayor was present at the official launch, the mayor of Walvis Bay, and he was very complimentary, saying that he'd already received a lot of positive feedback from residents because the number of trips had reduced from about 80 per day to 44 per day. And you can see the savings measured since they started the project just over a year ago. On average, 18% reduction in fuel consumption, 12% less roadway, and about 530 less trips per month on that particular route. Carly mentioned the Unitrans road trains at Richards Bay Minerals, and the top one, she showed 2 PBS vehicles, a triple and a quad. The top one here is not a PBS vehicle. That was the baseline vehicle that they were using probably now 15 years ago or so. And then the bottom one is the baseline vehicle. The bottom one is the PBS vehicle. And what's really interesting here is that the baseline vehicle failed this rearward amplification, whereas the PBS vehicle obviously was designed to pass the rearward amplification, which is another high-speed performance standard. So it just shows that the combination that was being used up until 15 years ago was a high-capacity vehicle, but it hadn't been designed to comply with these performance standards. So it wasn't very stable at higher speeds. And then the car carriers. And Albekwe, you'll be happy to know that I downloaded this off the web about 15 minutes ago, because I had a motor via photo here. So I thought, no, let me get a VDS photo. But one of the problems in the car carrier industry was the tail swing, and that's how much the rear corner of the trailer swings out when a driver does a slow speed 90-degree turn. That's called tail swing. And that's one of the performance standards. So if you've got a large rear overhang, as you do with car carriers, you get a high increased tail swing. And this literature review we did was that in Australia, for example, their regulation allows a maximum of 3.7 meter rear overhang. Whereas in South Africa, our regulation is limited by a percentage of the wheelbase. So in fact, we can have a car carrier with a rear overhang of up to 7 meters. And whereas in Australia, the tail swing is limited to 0.3 meters or 300 millimeters, in South Africa, we had car carriers with tail swings going up to 1.25 meters, which is, it's a large amount that the trailer will swing out that the driver probably isn't aware of. So since, I think, 2013 or thereabouts, all car carriers that want to operate under permit, in other words, over height and over length, as Obakwa was mentioning, have to be PBS compliant. So basically all the car carriers now have got tail swings of around about 0.3 meters, which is a big safety improvement. This is the SA Breweries PBS vehicle, similar to the Coca-Cola one, which you'll see, or you've seen already, sorry. And then just to finish off, these are some of the savings measured at the end of December 2020. On average, a 26% reduction in trips and kilometers, a 20% reduction in fuel. That figure has actually increased. I think it's around 25% now, the average fuel savings with the PBS pilot project. Then you've got an average of 12% reduction in roadway and a 44% reduction in crashes compared with the baseline vehicles. Sorry, this is some stats from Australia. It's a little bit outdated. I know that now you'll see that one circle on the left, 10,000. They've now probably close to 20,000 PBS vehicles. And what I just wanted to point out is that they've measured a 46% reduction in major crashes per 100 per kilometer in terms of kilometers, and a whole lot of other stats in terms of fuel savings and CO2 emissions. We collaborate quite a lot with Australia in terms of getting guidance. If we have a challenge, we don't know how exactly we should deal with a particular problem. I've actually got a meeting with the guy from the National Heavy Vehicle Regulator, Les Brucer, tomorrow. In terms of the non-compliance of baseline vehicles, the research that we've done at the CSIR shows that 56% of the baseline vehicles fail at least one of the performance standards. So it could be rollover, it could be high-speed transient off-tracking, but a lot of the baseline vehicles, legal vehicles, do not comply. And if you look at the most common performance standards that are not complied with, it's all the high-speed ones. Static rollover threshold, rearward amplification, and yaw damping coefficient are high-speed performance standards that typically standard prescriptive vehicles will fail. So the pilot project evaluation report was done by the review panel together with the Department of Transport and the CSIR, and it was submitted in October 2020. And we're now waiting for guidance from National DOT in terms of the way forward. Because this, as I mentioned, has been a pilot project up to now, and the National DOT together with the provinces need to make a decision. Are we going to make provision for this in legislation for the PBS approach, and under what conditions? My own view is that it must remain under permit, so that if there's levels of non-compliance, permits can be withdrawn. Because it's essential to have compliance in terms of these high capacity vehicles. So thanks. I hope I haven't gone too much over time, but thanks very much, Harry.
Thank you, Paul. This was seriously interesting. Thank you very much for sharing this with us. Clearly, it's not only just safety, and also not only infrastructure prevention. It's all about efficiency and safety, and it's such a comprehensive topic, performance-based. So thank you very much. I think everybody should be compliant to this. Thank you, Dr. Paul. Really appreciate that.
Sorry, Harry, if I can just say, I need to excuse myself now. I've transported myself from Pretoria to the Marriott Hotel at OR Tambo, and I need to leave now. So if there are some burning questions, if you could capture them and I'll respond. There is a PBS webinar next Thursday, I think. Oliver, if you can just confirm, it's a free webinar next Thursday. So if you're interested in more detailed information about the PBS project, feel free to sign up for that.
Thank you, Paul. Is there perhaps a burning question now for Dr. Paul?
Just to respond, I will post the webinar details on the chat. So those who want to register for the PBS webinar on Thursday, it's from 11 to 12:30, can register complimentary. I'll post it in a minute. Thanks, Harry.
Thanks, Oliver. Thanks, Dr. Paul. Doesn't seem that there's a burning question on this stage. So safe travels and thank you for presenting with the Transport Forum. Ladies and gents, what I would like to do, let me just quickly put up our program. So we're now going to have a presentation from our sponsor, Sasco Africa. But before we do that, let's quickly see whether I can now share the Standard Bank video, and hopefully the technology is collaborating this time. So let's see.
The group purpose is Africa is our home, we drive our growth. And driving Africa's growth goes to the nature of an institution that we are, which is an organization that is at the center of the economy, giving people the ability to pay, to borrow, to invest, and by ensuring their assets. We do all of this to fulfill that purpose of a financial institution, which is to help people to become active economic agents and contribute to economic growth.
We have found increasingly that we need to impact the communities that we operate in a very positive manner. We need to conduct our business in line with international best practices. We are signed up to the Equator Principles, which helps to protect our environment. We want to make sure that we're investing in infrastructure. We want to make sure that we're deepening financial services so that more and more people have access to financial services.
You can never provide a full service offering to the clients if you don't do so on the basis of an integrated Standard Bank offering, i.e. a universal bank. When we look at types of projects and companies and individuals that we fund, we have to be sensitive to the impact that they make on those communities. Do they contribute meaningfully? Are they ethical in their own behavior? Are they sensitive to issues of environment? Are they sensitive to the way they undertake and develop their own projects and initiatives? And Standard Bank believes very, very strongly in ensuring that ultimately the growth that we desire is a growth that benefits everyone.
We finance the building of airports, bridges, ports, which contribute to economic growth and contribute to the hard infrastructure that society needs for development.
How do we show up in such a way that is real and human in our customers? And it goes both ways. How do we see customers as individuals, but how do we also show up not as a monolithic bank, but as a human bank, as a local bank? And you might say that it's sort of is a bit of a paradox because we are a universal bank. It's true, but we are a universal bank that feels local, that feels real.
Countries in Africa embrace democracy, embrace good macroeconomic policies, they will attract foreign capital, into their economies. And we as a group are well positioned to access those capital flows and also help drive investments in the right sectors.
What's up, guys? This is Donovan Goliath, and I'm here.
Right. Thank you very much, Standard Bank. Ladies and gents, our program there. We're now going to have Mr. Jonathan Palmer, who's the chairman, and Mr. Carl Smith, who's the head of Intelligent Weighing Systems from Sasco Africa. And they're going to talk about the options available to transporters to ensure compliance with the axle weighing regulations. Thank you very much, Sasco Africa.
Hi, Harry. Thanks very much. Hi, good afternoon. Let me share my screen. Hopefully it will share.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Just let's confirm that you can see it. Can you see that? I'm just going to start with. Excellent.
Perfect.
Okay, good. Well, good afternoon, RTMS. Thanks for allowing us to present. Our subject, as Harry has introduced, is the options available to transporters to ensure compliance with axle weighing regulations. In essence, what we are seeking to provide is transporters with the evidence that they've in fact loaded their trucks correctly. and in doing that, with the cost-effective solutions for weighing. Bit of background, as mentioned, I'm chairman of SASCO. SASCO is a weighing company. It's been around about 110 since 1910. We currently operate in about 10 African countries. Key sectors for us are basically all the major industrial sectors: mining, ports, logistics, sugar, timber, broader manufacturing, and of course the roads departments of multiple African countries, where we service and provide the overloading prosecution bridges. A lot of what we do, in addition to supplying weighing equipment, is of course the data integration, automation of those bridges, software, and so forth. The options available for making sure a truck is correctly loaded before it goes on a road have typically been multi-decks. For those people who don't know what a multi-deck looks like, well, it's a standard weighbridge. It happens to have 4 decks, and it gives you axle weights as well as total weight. They're normally 22 meters long, and they can figured in a static manner, i.e. the decks are fixed lengths, which obviously presents an interesting challenge when you move on to trying to weigh PDS trucks. The other standard piece of equipment that's found in the African continent, including South Africa, of course, the standard weighbridges. Those are typically 24 meters long. They only give you total weight, unless they've been upgraded by basically SASCO, where we can actually create axle weights out of those, out of a single deck weighbridge and make it perform pretty much like a multi-deck. But in both cases, you need a weighbridge if you're going to weigh your truck before you go on the road, and that is not the case in most points of loading. So basically, the focus of this discussion is really about weigh in motion, and then we'll touch briefly on public weighing. We have been focused for about 5 years in developing an effective weigh in motion system at slow speed, meaning up to 7 kilometers per hour, that can give us basically the same results as a multi-deck weighbridge, but at a fraction of the cost and at a fraction of the space required. So our WIM system that we now are offering produces basically precisely the same sort of data that a multi-deck would produce, although it's not trade approved. So you don't use it for weighing coal or something for the purposes of a trade sale, but you do use it if you want to make sure that you're correctly loaded before you go on the roads. The formats that these WIMs come in can range from basically unmanned, completely unmanned and automated, to manned, and because they are not of a fixed length, they can weigh any length truck, and you'll see in the next video, which I'll just play you if it pops up all right. Let me just get to a video. If I can get to that, and I'll just show you. Can you all hear me?
We can hear you, Jonathan, but we can't see the slide.
Apologies, just get to the right. Right, let's start off with this. Okay, that's just a picture of a multi-deck weighbridge. I mean, just to recap on that, if multi-deck weighbridges, people know what they are, so we won't bother about that. Right, this is a short video on the weigh in motion system. This is currently used actually at our offices. It was a unit we've developed. It was our development site. We've sold a multitude of these products.
Sorry, Jonathan, we can't see the video.
Oh, you can't, okay?
We only see your PowerPoint slide deck. We don't see the video. Are you using more than one screen?
I'm using one screen. Are you still seeing?
I just see the, the presentation deck with the little slides on the side to the left.
Can you see it now or not?
Yeah, you some reason you're out of slide view. So if you maybe can go back to, slide view.
Can you see it now?
No. You're still not in slide view. Maybe if you stop share and share again.
Yeah, I think it's new share, that's it. Okay, let's try that. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, let's try again. See it?
Yes.
Sasco has the pleasure of introducing the WOM 2000 weigh motion system, which is based around the Sasco exclusive proprietary SW2000 weigh motion controller. The WOM 2000 has higher axle loading capacities than a multi-deck weigh bridge and provides exactly the same data as a multi-deck weigh bridge. That data comprises axle weights and total weight. Furthermore, in those African countries where Sasco has approved the system, the total weight generated can be used for commercial trade weighing purposes. The WOM 2000 has a number of advantages over both a standard weigh bridge and a multi-deck weigh bridge. These are firstly the cost, and secondly the amount of space it requires. A standard weigh bridge is normally 24 meters long, and a multi-deck is normally 22 meters. The WOM 2000 is less than a meter long. The weighing process is super quick and simple. To demonstrate, the truck approaches a WOM 2000 system. If APNR cameras are installed, the number plate of the truck will be read. Alternatively, an RFID reader might be installed, which will then read the truck particulars, allowing for either a partially or fully automated manned weighing process. For now, we will assume that the WOM 2000 has no APNR or RFID readers and is therefore manned. The truck registration, owner's details, and horse trailer configuration particulars will then be captured by the weighing operator. They will capture the truck and trailer registrations as well as the owner's details and will then manually select the image that matches the axle and wheel configurations of the horse and trailer. In an automated system configuration, this whole process would be automated using tag contained on RFID tags or information on the WOM database linked to the horse registration read by the APNR system. The truck is now ready to be weighed. If installed, the display board will display the horse registration number and the traffic light will go green, indicating to the driver that he may now drive over the WOM 2000. The truck drives over the WOM 2000 at a steady speed, not exceeding 5 kilometers per hour. Once all the axles have passed over the WOM 2000 and the truck is clear, the driver stops. It is important from an accuracy perspective that a steady speed of not more than 5 kilometers per hour is maintained. Sasco's ProWeigh Plus software will now create a weighing transaction containing all the legally required particulars. If the Sasco Business Connector module within ProWeigh Plus is activated, the complete weighing transaction details will be sent electronically to a designated ERP system, and a physical weighing ticket will also be printed for the truck driver. The weighing ticket is in a format that is compliant with the requirements of the Road Traffic Act. Thus has on it the owner's particulars, the registration details of the horse and trailer, the axle weight and total weight, plus the permissible axle weights and total weight. It is generally accepted that Sasco's WB range of weigh bridges are by far the most accurate weigh bridges available today, delivering accuracy to within 10 kilograms on 60,000 kilograms. Since the truck in our demonstration has stopped on a Sasco WB ATT weighbridge, it will be interesting to compare the total weight generated on the WIM 2000, which is achieved by the system adding up all the axle weights and comparing this to the verified trade weight generated from the exceptionally accurate digital WB ATT weighbridge. The total weight from the weighbridge is 40,824 kilograms. The total weight on the WIM 2000 was 41,760 kilograms. The difference is less than 2%, achieved weighing in motion. This result is consistent with the hundreds of trial weigh-ins we did in developing the SW2000 indicator and is in line with normal operating expectations.
Right, back to the presentation. Can you see this, or are we still on a, Harry, can you guys see this?
I can see it. It's just not in slide view yet. You can go to place from
Yeah,
start.
let me try and get back up there. Let's try a bit of, okay.
Perfect.
So that's the WIM 2000. Now, there's a bigger version of this, which is in fact the WIM 4000, which is essentially double the size, double the width. And we've installed the first of these in the Port of Durban. It uses the same technology as the WIM 2000, except, as you'll see from the video, it's been installed to load exceptionally large trucks. And in addition to axle weights, it's also giving left-right weights. So let me see if I can just get into it from here, maybe it'll be more efficient. Can you see that loading?
Yes, we can.
Apologies for the speed. So this is the Port of Durban. Right, I hope I'm back on my slideshow.
Well, the man due to hand out his first budget in just over 48 hours is the Treasurer, Jim Chalmers, and he joins me live from Canberra. Treasurer, thanks for your time. I wanted to start with paid parental leave. The announcement this morning, couples up to $350,000 in earnings will now be eligible. What's the thinking behind?
Right, can you see this, Harry? I'm back.
Yes, we can.
Slideshow. Okay, so basically, essentially, that's the WIM 4000. You can see it in how it works, and in terms of the type of vehicle it's weighing, unlimited number of axles, unlimited number of tires, and there we're in fact we're giving left and right loadings as well. Moving on. Again, back to the same site, but much on the same theme in terms of weighing. I'd like to sort of deviate slightly, but continue with the WIM theme by discussing briefly Sasco Pay and Weigh. Sasco Pay and Weigh is basically the early stages of a network of public weighing sites. And we're currently running 3 sites, one at Munster Truck Stop in Pomona, one we've just opened, Highway Junction, and one actually at our offices. Basically, these sites are used to enable transporters to weigh their trucks for a fee. And if they're registered on the database, they get all that weighing data basically instantaneously transmitted back to whoever's the designated operator for that truck. We started off with the Monster Pomona truck stop about 3 years ago. And all this runs through the SASCO cloud. So basically, you can pay on account, you can pay with a trucking fuel card, you can pay the credit card, you can pay with cash. And it's been very, very successful in Pomona. The site at Highway has just, as I say, we've just activated that now properly. And I think we all know Highway Truck Stop. It's the second largest by volume truck stop in the world, and obviously the largest in Africa. And that is they're processing through that facility about 1,200 to 1,500 trucks a day. So we put in a pay and weigh site there, and I'll show you the video shortly of it. But exactly the same model, except there it's entirely automated, and the weighing is done using APNR cameras, and the data integration to the customers is done through the ski data system. So they have installed that Highway ski data, which is running all the parking fee system and the booms and so forth, and we have integrated our systems with ski data so that in receiving the parking information and times, they are also receiving, if they're on the system and have activated their account, they're also receiving weighing data. So if I can just show you, there's the weighbridge, but I think it's better if we just show you a video of actually the site in action. So basically, any truck, along the short of it, is any truck going to Highway Truck Stop in Harriston can get its weights, and it doesn't stop really to do it. Right. So basically, to sort of wrap it up on the options available for PBS trucks and sort of axle loading compliance more generally. Obviously, if the clients have got multi-decks or they've got weighbridges at their sites, and the client, if it's not a standard it's not a multi-deck, then hopefully they've upgraded the standard weighbridge to give axle weights as well. We've done, I can't think of how many hundreds we've upgraded, but it's still a fairly small percentage of the cycling market. If not, the rollout that we're embarked on is basically women's systems for logistics centers, for truck stops, for manufacturing facilities, whatever. And these are typically being installed at the exit gates. And in most cases, they are integrated with the ERP systems of the depot or whatever that they are located in. And from a RTMS point of view, a PBS point of view, of course, the WIM, as I've hopefully demonstrated, can weigh any length truck with any number of axles. It doesn't matter. So that is our contribution to the PBS mission, Harry. Thanks very much. Any questions?
Thank you. This was seriously, Jonathan, thank you. This was seriously impressive. I still can't believe that 10 kilos within 60,000 kilograms. That's accurate.
60,000. 10 on 60,000. Look, the WIM is not quite as accurate, okay? I mean, we're using 2% there. We've actually changed some of the algorithms. We're now getting about 1.2% error and about 1.8 to 2 on per axle group. But I mean, it's miles within the limits that you need from a prosecution point of view. So we're quite satisfied. And I must say, we've sold a hell of a lot of these units, you know, in multiple countries now, including Mozambique, Tanzania, and so forth. So that kind of concludes my comments.
Very, very impressive. Thank you so much, Jonathan.
One last comment on the sales pitch. It's also a rental product. So for hard cash flow transporters that want to take a 7-year rental, that is an option from January. So we're basically renting them out on a full maintenance basis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jonathan. Ladies and gents, so what we're going to do now is we're going to do the questions and answers. And can we kindly ask our speakers who are still available that you kindly switch on your camera and your camera and unmute yourself so that we can bring you into the panel. Thank you very much. So please, Kathy, also please switch on your camera, otherwise I can't put you in the panel.
Okay. That should be on, Harry.
Thank
yep,
you.
They're ready.
Bringing you guys in the spotlight.
What an amazing day, Harry. Wow, all those presentations. It was just fantastic. The quality, the content, the complexity, poof, fantastic.
Very, very impressive.
Today was like a 4-year degree. All the content, everything. How amazing is that?
Yeah, extremely. I'm just trying to pick up Jonathan as well. There we go. There we go. Well, we missing somebody. Dr. Paul is not here. Nikki, we've got Abdullah, we've got you. Have we got Abdullah? Yeah, we've got Abdullah. Steve Cornelius. Is Steve still with us?
I think he might have left.
No, he left. Jonathan, Nikki, Steve, Oliver, we've got, I think we've got everybody. Low Rickert, is Low still with us? No, he must have left. We've got load shedding. All right, ladies and gents, it's time now to ask questions. You can obviously direct your question to the panel as a whole or to a specific member of the panel. And we're going to take 2 or so questions. So panelists, please take note, when they ask questions that you can answer. We're also going to scan through the chat room and see if there's still questions not answered. The people on YouTube, they've got a number of people on YouTube. You're welcome to text questions on the YouTube text box, and we'll try and bring that in as well. So the way you're going to ask a question, you can either unmute yourself, and I will see in the list when somebody unmutes, and then we can recognize you and you can ask your question, or you can raise your hand using, if you go to the bottom of the screen, there's a reactions option, and you can raise your hand. So do we have any person that wants to ask a question? Seems to me the audience is stunned.
Harry, can I ask a question? It's to Jonathan. Jonathan, you mentioned your tolerance is 1.22% on GCM and 1.8% on axles. That's for your WIM system. What sort of speed correlates to those tolerances?
You need, you need to be basically sub 7 Ks. So typically, it's first gear, drive over the thing. So if you're exiting a gate, for example, you've got a boom, a ski data boom or whatever it is. You basically, you put, it's the ideal location is in front of one of those gates, and basically you just drive up. And, the guys in first gear at that point, he drives over the thing and then changes it to second gear.
But do you have a specific speed, like 5 km per hour, or is it just?
It's anything below 7. If you go above 7, it's going to start throwing it out. And it throws it out actually on the last day.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Jonathan.
Thank you, guys. It doesn't seem to me there's...
It'll also tell you the speed.
Doesn't seem to me there's any questions. So what we're going to do is we're going to ask our panelists then for closing remarks. And my list, I'm going to start with Oliver, and then we'll do Nikki, and then we will do, let's do Bradley then, and then Obakwe, and who's again with Obakwe?
Shangi.
Yeah, Shang. Sorry, Shang. And yeah, then we'll do Jonathan, and then we'll Abdullah, and then we're going to ask Kathy to close the session for us. So Kathy is the last, but the best. So let's start with Oliver. Some closing remarks, please, Oliver.
Yeah, I think my remarks, Harry, would be around the crisis we have currently in the country. If you look at the N3, 50% increase in volumes, truck volumes, passing Marion Hill, 4,000 in 2020, currently 6,000 per day. If you look at the N2 going to Maputo, 40% increase in volumes. And you can probably look at any other corridor and you'll see the increasing freight task out there. And I think it's a crisis because we haven't as a country fully understood or planned for the higher risks coming in. We've heard today from incredible transporters, Coke, Shangi and Abakwe, Abdullah, and Low. These are transporters that are highly governed. They've got the commitment to do things the right way, but that's probably 10,000 trucks from 400,000. So how do we as a sector, as the transport industry, get the message out there to the broader freight operators? And we can't do it alone. RTMS is a fantastic tool that can be used, but we need in our own spaces to engage with more key stakeholders. We've been talking to SACMA, to the mining industry, the chemical transport industry, and a few others. And we need everybody to collaborate and partner with the broader economy and to bring on board, especially the SMEs, empower smaller transporters to understand the fundamentals of road transport. So my message and closing comment will be, Harry, let's use the RTMS as a tool, but not just the RTMS. Let's have a bigger, broader conversation about safety, about compliance. It's not something that I believe is optional. Road safety has become boring, but if we continue to neglect and ignore the crisis in our roads, we will all pay the price as citizens and as a country. So thanks very much, Harry.
Thank you, Oliver. Well said. Thank you so much. Nikki.
I'd like to echo what Oliver has said there about getting a lot more of these smaller operators on board. the Commercial Transport Academy is currently developing 300 entrepreneurs. These are organizations that are already in the industry. They have between 1 and 15 vehicles in their fleet. But when I engage with them and I work through the workshops, the lack of understanding of how to operate a safe organization within the parameters of the law, and the understanding on how to build a sustainable business on best practice seems to elude a lot of individuals who believe that the transport sector was a sector that they could still make a lot of money. I think Kathy said it, Dr. Paul said it, the responsibility of every transporter is huge in the greater scheme of things. So we're really taking a stance that if we can't get people compliant from the network that we can touch, I would not want to work with them, because that has to be the minimum requirement. So we're assisting a lot of smaller organizations to conform to the standard, because they can't necessarily afford the cost of being certified. So really a lot of effort, a lot of opportunities for each organization to imprint on another. And I'd like to ask the bigger organizations in the room here to take hands with the smaller operators and use the opportunity to really develop your own supply chain. Bradley, as I mentioned in the chat just now, you know, when we developed 10 of your owner drivers and I talk to them now, it's just the most amazing opportunity. And that one owner operator can utilize the entire standard in her business until she scales. So really, I look forward to being able to support organizations in any way we can. And Oliver's right, this is a responsibility of the entire industry, not just the organizations that have gone down the route of RTMS. Thank you guys for your time today.
Thank you, Nikki. Well, much appreciated. Ladies and gents, I see there's a question from Pilu Kosa. Pilu, you're welcome to unmute. Let's quickly hear.
Good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon.
Can you guys hear me perfectly?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Well, just to start off, I would just like to thank the opportunity to be able to ask a question here, and thank you very much for this experience. To at least hear such valuable information about the RTMS and PBS as well. Myself, Mpilo Koza, I am speaking on behalf of Kosa Freight Group. We are a startup company, and we're looking to venture into more of the PBS section as well, you know, in terms of long distance and safety. I just wanted to direct my question to Nikki. I think I missed this section when she was mentioning about the training. I just wanted to find out more on where can we get more information, at least in terms of the trainings and basically more information about the PBSs.
Okay, so I think in terms of PBS, Dr. Paul is a perfect resource for that, and his details are available. You can track him down on the RTMS website, or I'm sure Harry could share his details in the chat as well, in the chat section. But in terms of driver training and driver development, the Commercial Transport Academy can definitely assist. I will drop my website in the chat and my email address, but I think Dr. Paul captured it perfectly when he said that, you know, operations that want to become PBS, they want to implement a PBS fleet, it's essential that they take responsibility for the development of those drivers. I mean, essentially, these are super drivers. They are transporting a super load, and a lot more effort and time needs to go into developing the mindset. It should be the same mindset that applies across the entire organization. But if this is your first time that you're venturing into this environment and you run a smallish operation, I would welcome the opportunity to sit with you via the Commercial Transport Academy and come up with a strategy that can really encompass all elements of driver development, especially looking at driver health, driver wealth. And when I mean wealth, I mean his life is just so important in the bigger picture. So if he sees value in his life, he will then transfer that value in everything he does in the organization. So let me share those details for you, and yeah, give me a call, reach out.
Thank you, Nikki. Thank you.
If I could just add, Paul, Impilo, I have posted on the chat. There is a free webinar being held on Thursday, the 27th. It's a webinar unpacking PBS, how to go about it, what are the expectations and the benefits. So you're most welcome to register. It is complimentary. Thank you.
Thank you, Oliver. Yeah, while we're talking about sharing, before I continue with the
Phenomenal. Thank you so much, guys.
You're welcome. Ladies and gents, all the participants will receive an email after this event. Obviously, after the event, we'll start with all the web publishing and communication, the post-event communication. All of you will receive an email. I would like to include all the links. For example, Jonathan, those videos that you shared and you know, all the speakers, the videos you shared, please email them to me immediately after the event. Include it in the email going out to all the participants so they can have a look at those videos again. That would be great. So yeah, Bradley, closing comments.
Thanks, Harry. I share the same sentiments as Oliver and Nikki. It's a good one. I think as industry leaders, there's a lot of big companies that are on this forum, and a lot of us use contractors, or we have our owner driver schemes that are in place. It's important to implement RTMS, or even when you're sending out RFPs for your contractors, try and get the contractors that are RTMS accredited. Work on developing them, becoming bigger, better, because the more that we invite this type of culture to be implemented in our industry, we become safer together as an organization. I think also a good point to take is that there's a new generation of drivers that's coming on board. And if you see the environment that they drive on, it's almost gone to a point where the wrong thing has become the right thing to do, or the learning has changed. So what they're learning on the roads from other drivers might seem the norm. It's not. And I think RTMS kind of corrects that behavior and corrects how we do things and how we're supposed to be driving. So driving awareness, training, simulation that we have in place will all work together to give us or develop a better driver. And I think that's what we need to understand, that the environments are changing and we need to change and we need to be ahead of that curve if we're going to continue to be safe and market leaders in this transport field. Yeah, thank you. That's it.
Thank you so much, Bradley. Well said. Thank you so much for your time. All right, let's take Sean.
Thanks a lot, Harry. I think from our side, it is, I think the reason why we are still part of RTMS body is because we have learned quite a lot of things and we have seen the benefits of being RTMS accredited. We have saved quite a lot for the company, hence we are still continuing to grow as a company. And I will encourage everybody out there to be part of this and you know, we will continue to advocate this. Because safety is for all of us. The next thing, as Bradley has mentioned, you know, this is a new generation of drivers that are coming through. They are on TikTok while they are driving. So we see some crazy videos and it becomes risky for everyone. We are losing our loved ones on the road, and hence, you know, I so wish I can just go in on a mountain and scream so that every South African can hear me about how safety is so important for all of us, but we'll continue to advocate that. Thanks.
Just from my side, I think, you know, RTMS is a system. There's processes involved, and I think it takes a collaborative approach where team role players from all sides of the organization operational requirements, that we all get involved in order to make it work. It takes everybody to take hands and make sure that we all know how to make a system work. And I think it's how we approach it and the message that we want to convey and get across to our role players. So it's important that all role players participate and understand of the direction of how we want to take it. And I think in industry, it's important that everybody takes hand and we address this in order to make sure that the system that we want to put in place really works, and we really want to make it work out there. So from our side, as a responsible operator out there, we take safety into account, and we want to make sure that we keep on going the mile with regards to approaching and addressing systems and processes in place.
Thank you, Abakwe and Shang, and responsible indeed. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Jonathan.
Harry, well, we aren't, we're just a tiny little component of this equation in weighing, but to my mind, I would encourage the South African regulators to embrace a bit more technology. I mean, we've got a call in about 30 minutes with Mozambique Roads for the first high-speed screening weighing system, which I haven't mentioned. That's at 120 kilometers an hour, which will be, they're asking us to tender on a system on the road, other side of Komatipoort. That's also going to measure tire pressure and truck length. So, the answer, part of the answer in South Africa is going to be to get the national roads to up their game a bit on systems as well, because I think that in turn would make your job at RTMS a lot easier if the smaller guys are getting nailed, so to speak, which is what's going to happen on the road to Port of Maputo. If this system goes in, every single truck will be weighed at 120 k's an hour, and within about a 5% tolerance, and there'll be truck length and there'll be tire pressure. So that's one quick way of cleaning up the show.
Yeah.
That'd be my comment.
Thank you, Jonathan. So impressive. Maybe one of these days you will also do train wagons, weighing train wagons in
Well, we do actually. We do high-speed train weighing.
There we go.
So we do that already. But the other thing we are doing, we've got a training academy. We are hoping next year, early part next year, to do the second course, which is for truck drivers on weigh bridges, because the chaos that ensues is mind-boggling. It's basically health and safety exam certification for to drive onto a weigh bridge. When you've got clients like Zara and so forth, they're quite big on this sort of thing. And the damage that is done because the guys drive off the side and all sorts of things. I mean, it's just incredible.
Pleasure. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Really appreciate it. Abdullah.
Thank you, Harry. What can I add? Everybody said everything. But yeah, it's so good to see people that we work with on a regular basis, like Nikki and Oliver Naidu, sitting here and talking about RTMS and what it did for their businesses. And I think if we take RTMS into every other business or transport operation in this country, I mean, it can just mean a lot to us. And then the gentleman from One Logics that mentioned the collaboration within the teams, within the transport operation, from operations, training, HR, finance, everybody have a role to play in creating a safe environment. Definitely, I will contact Bradley when I'm coming up to Joburg. If I can see their simulator, it will be great. Definitely, that will be a learning curve for me as well. And then I can take it within Unitrans and say, listen, this is something we can use. And yeah, I would just like to thank RTMS for this opportunity to present what we do at Unitrans and how it showed some improvement. Thank you very much, Eric.
Thank you, Abdullah. Really appreciate it. Ladies and gents, let's give this panel a big hand. Weren't they great? Really appreciate the volunteering with us, and we benefited a lot. So, now, Kathy, can you, on behalf of RTMS, close the session for us?
Yes, 100%. So thank you all the presenters and also the partners. I think it has been a fantastic workshop. And I think indeed the lack of collaboration across all the stakeholders, and I think we're talking about our, the road transport authorities around RTMC, RTI, etc. I think that aspect definitely needs some support. If you look at those videos that were shown, if you look at the Carte Blanche article that was done, all that happened was that there was a crash, helicopters arrived and everybody was there, and then the next day there was nothing. So the lack of continuous, consistent enforcement in collaboration with the industry stepping up and self-regulating, I think that is an awesome partnership. At the moment, all the foundations, if you look at all the foundations around the road freight strategy, they are not fully aligned. So at the moment, it seems industry is really stepping up, but obviously the operators that are RTMS certified, they can be held accountable for what they are doing, and there are measurements to be consistent and to make sure that they don't overload, have high quality vehicles on the road, roadworthy vehicles, and competent fit drivers. So I think the element which is really missing is also around the part of our transport authorities. They need to also show up, and they need to be present, and need to be consistently so, because we want to make sure that together, and the team that was spoken about earlier is not just the operators, it's also the bigger stakeholders. So your financiers, your insurance companies, the operators, everybody is trying to make a huge difference. And while we know that we do have a rail operator based in South Africa, Shelton Traction, the reality is that the third-party access has not transpired. It hasn't seen more locals come online, and we haven't seen more, rail-centric product move onto rail. So while we are still dependent on trucks to move product, let everybody do their bit. The enforcement authorities, the authorities that are accountable, and it is their role. We plead with them as industry, please step up, be visible, do it all the time. We don't want to just see in July or December when there's roadblocks, constantly be visible, and also add the value, make the difference as the operators are. So I think short version is, it's been a great workshop. We're looking to hold another one in February with interesting presentations. And thank you to each and every one of the presenters. Harry, for your support, making it possible. And thank you very much. We look forward to continue to drive best practice and drive standards. Thank you so much, everybody.
Indeed.